Yo. 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 Yo, yo, yo. How we doing today, boys? All right, let me... real quick. Cats. We should be Gucci. Process. All right, it's loaded. Stream settings. Yeah, so what's up, bud? All right, we should be good. Copy paste. Grind playlist. Bang. The 85 player picks are unlimited, by the way. They are not, but it's the closest thing possible to it. Majority of people feel completely unlimited because they're never going to get to the end of their packs and fodder. All right, let's do, speaking of PPs, I want to show you guys some PPs. They are unlimited. I made the math so many times. The math you put on the video did not add up. It was incorrect math. Bro, it's correct. It was incorrect. Like I said, it's very close, but it's incorrect. EA are listening. They've upgraded from absolutely terrible to merely disappointing. You get 4 PPs every 1 provision if you make the 85 double. So this is what you're saying. When we're talking specifically nothing else, if we're talking just the player pick, and then the crafting you're able to make alongside because you open a provision. If we're just talking about those things and nothing else, which is my point I'm trying to make, you need how many rares? 6, right? So that means for you to do 3 player picks, you need 18 gold rares. Correct? That's correct, Giannis, right? Mumbosaurus. Why is he not answering? You ain't the boss of it. Is he typing a novel? What's going on? Holy fodder. Got a little bit. But that's correct, right? For a single provision, right, you can make a crafting upgrade in 3 player picks. You can do unlimited, but barely gain any cards. This is why I'm trying to show him. It's not even that you can barely gain any cards. If you add other stuff, you can. But Giannis' math is completely incorrect. What Giannis is saying, and what he was saying before, is he's saying, off of this player pick with these requirements, you are going to make 3 player picks. He's assuming every single one is going to be an 87 plus already. And on top of that, he's assuming when he makes the crafting upgrade, aka the 80 plus times 5, he's gonna get a walkout, or not even a walkout, he's gonna get an 87 plus in the crafting upgrade. And if not in particular in the crafting upgrade, he's gonna say that within the next player pick he does, he will then have another 87 plus. Again, it's close, but that in and of itself is not unlimited. Where it gets unlimited is when you incorporate it with other things. When you incorporate it with the coins you're making, the daily packs you're building out, which was what he was starting to say after that, but what he was trying to claim was incorrect and confused people. But the real thing is, most people aren't going to get to the point where they get through all their provisions. Most people aren't going to get to the point where they get through all their dailies, where they make provisions, exchanges off of it, open those up into player picks, open all the crafting upgrade cycle that back in. They're going to stop way before that happens. It's not that deep, guys. Just open gold packs for 7.5Ks. True. 99 Cruyff and a bronze pack? Who says? Alright. Let's get started. So we are going to do player picks on streams today. On stream today, boys, okay? We'll do 85 doubles, probably off stream. But I'm focusing on 85 doubles. What's up, bro? Any 99s? Yep, the 3 on screen, buddy. Elise in the first one. Cold. Could 7.5K packs work? If you pack 3 walkouts, you wouldn't even get your coins back on the 3 walkouts, probably. But I guess if you pack the manager or other stuff. Let's give us a trash grinder, remove SBC bans. I can deal with it. Bastoni. Yeah, 85 doubles still clears in my opinion. Dude, I was getting like back-to-back footies. Footies is only 4 squads. We were getting no CR7, Messi, Neymar, or any real fan favorites. I'm assuming whether it's footies or not, we're getting more stuff. You buy, guys, yeah, why? Guys, we're talking about unlimited methods. Why aren't we talking about FIFA points? That's the most unlimited method of them all. Just get your mother's credit card and start swiping. Best grind out there. Did we just get Cruyff? Oh, it's center back, never mind. I thought it said center forward for a second. That would have been very annoying to deal with the dupe Cruyff. Not gonna lie. This end of a game cycle has been the best way to promote not buying FC27 with a 200 IQ play. See, the funny thing is, you say that, it's probably actually doing the opposite. You know why I say that? Usually when we're this deep into the game, not a single person is really talking about the game, right? Have you ever heard of the thing where it's like all publicity is good publicity? Do you got an issue with me commenting on a lot of your videos? I mean, you can if you want. I'm going to respond to like questions and stuff to a certain extent, but if you leave like 15 comments a video, and you keep going back to the same video after you watched it and leave a comment 15 minutes later, it shows up on YouTube as spam. And if I went through the last 2 videos, not even joking, other people can count. I think you left a collective 20 plus comments on 2 videos. I mean, you can do that. Just don't expect me to be able to answer them. Especially when it's stuff that can get answered on stream. When you know we're going to be live. Anyways. I would think about it from that perspective. Can it wait a few hours? I mean, everything can. All publicity is good publicity. That's true. But a lot of players feel indifferent. Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing too, right? I truly don't believe many people are actually undecided. You might hear people who say, this is finally the year. Or they might say, this is the thing that finally does it. But if you're grinding the game this late in the year, chances are you're buying the next game. There's a really good chance. You sub? Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Now, I'm sure there are individuals that will not buy the game and they're grinding this late. Or they're going to at least wait for it to get discounted in a few months. I am not expecting you to answer all of them. Just see them. Gotcha. Why do you comment on, like... It's like you type a word, hit enter. Type a word, hit enter. Type a word, hit enter. I noticed that on a few of them. You were replying to some guy. Talking about Unlimited. I was looking at your response. And it was like 25 lines. But you said like 30 words. Arch, thank you for the sub, buddy. Appreciate it. Yes, you need to collect your thoughts and make 1 or 2 comments. True, that'd be a good way to do it. The 84 Plus should be the more expensive one. More chances at getting a special. Exactly. I don't like the fact that it's 1 of 3. Personally. Because I think a lot. Brother, stop judging. No one's judging you. They're giving critique. Really hoping this was my last FIFA in 2K. And if it wasn't your last FIFA, aka EAFC, we'll still be here to help you grind when you inevitably buy it in November. So you criticism me? I don't criticism you. I criticize you. There's a difference. Do you feel like you're above being critiqued? I can be critiqued. You guys can critique me. Whether or not I listen to the critique is a different thing. Same with you. People can say stuff. You don't have to agree with it. But if you're posting on a video, on a live stream, and you're having conversations with people, you're encouraging it to happen. And the more you type, the more you comment, the more it can happen. So if you don't want it happening, I would probably never type online ever again. This is the reality. Anyone get a 99 from these yet? I saw one person in our community did. And yes, I said our community. Right? I know you're lurking right now. Typing out that message. Mumbo allows freedom of speech, but he cannot allow freedom after. Not even that. YouTube will block like half the comments. I remember there was a time period where it wasn't C-Barbs. I think it was Footmaster. Footmaster would like leave comments and he'd be like, "Are you timing me out?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "I couldn't write messages." It's like, no, you're... I think they thought you were spam. I think YouTube thought you were spam and didn't put them in there. What were you saying? Type it to me on Discord. I don't need to use the stinky transfer market when I can use my mom's credit card. bold of you to assume we're going to have a transfer market for FC27? You right. YouTube think the guys are trying to boost engagement, but they're actually lost. How's the match? We scored a free kick in the last minute of the game to win. It was absolute scenes. We started the match because it's 7v7s where you have to have 2 women on the pitch at all times. Or, no, let me take that back. You can have up to 2 women on the pitch. You can play down people if you want. We only had 5 people to start, so we were down 2 people. One of them was a goalie, so we put in a guy who wasn't a goalie. We somehow took the lead. We were up 1-0. Then our reinforcements came. We scored a few goals, got a lead. They got one back. It was 2-2. I went up for a corner kick, and I was about to have a disgusting volley with my right foot at the top of the box that, without a doubt, since I'm left-footed, would have skied it onto the other pitch. I would have missed it by a mile, but instead, defender hit it out of bounds for a throw-in. I went to the top of the box to try to receive the ball and do a finesse shot. Went to a girl on my team instead. I ran to the back post. I saw she was going to end line. I sprinted past the defenders and had an easy tap in. We took the lead, and then we conceded, and then it was tied, and then we got a free kick with less than probably 45 seconds left on the game, and we did one of those roll it short, just whack it. Saying that I'm lost or that YouTube is lost? Yes. Did anyone here play FIFA Superstars on FB like 15 years ago? That was peak? I don't think so. Yeah, I tried to score a long shot, and I tried to do a fake shot. It was like 5 minutes left in the game. I tried to do a fake shot, and I was right outside the box, and the dude didn't fall for it. So I took a touch to the side, thinking he was going to go for it. Ended up taking the ball from me, and then I didn't realize how far up the pitch we were in terms of our whole team. And he tried to sidestep me. And it was one of those where it's like you don't think they're as fast as they actually are. So I'm running with them, and then I notice for like a split second, I can't get my arm on him. So he just gets past me a little bit, and if I make any contact on this, it's going to be a straight red, because he is just pile driving towards goal. And then our reinforcement that came, it was 2 guys from the Mexican league in town. One of them couldn't speak English. It was him, and he came across, and he made just like the perfectly timed tackle that saved my life. I was gonna be so pissed if I let that dude score. Mumbo turned into prime Roberto Carlos. Not this week. Last week we did. This week we did They had a 40-year-old classic number 9 trying to do a hold-up play, and I loved it. Because usually in 7s, people will just sit offside and just try to pace abuse at the most stupidest angles. This dude would just try to, like, box you out and receive the ball and pass off of you. And I love that. We would just go back and forth with each other. Shoved him to the ground a few times. Other times he played, like, sideways passes to no one because his midfield just did not want to connect with him for some reason. And then, like, I made a comment to him. Bro, I feel so bad. So, I was having a conversation with him on a goal kick they had. And as he was, like, shoving himself into me with his elbow, I'm like, dude, I wish more strikers did this, man. I'm having fun. He's like, yeah, man, this league's kind of all over the place. And then a ball comes in the air, and he directs it. He's trying to direct it on, but it goes short. So, like, he runs after it, and it takes a bounce. And he tries to go for a header. And I passed him on to one of my midfield teammates. And my midfield teammate went for the header, not realizing where the dude was located in front of him. He took out this poor 40-year-old's Achilles, and we heard something snap because he went down and he was not able to get back up, and he was out for the rest of the game. So, dude, it's crazy how quick you can go from literal just a conversation with someone to potentially just career-ending injury. Mumbo Jumbo Gold Pack, Newcastle, 85 plus player pick, unlimited footies, grinding. Yeah, for those of you guys who are confused, it's a new player pick. But if you're confused on why it's a new player pick, because yesterday we had a new player pick, it's a new player pick of the new player pick because the new player pick was not a fan compared to the old player pick. EA saw the backlash of the new player pick compared to the old player pick, so they had this player pick come out to replace the player pick to try to match the player pick, but it's actually worse than the player pick we had last week. I know it can be confusing, so I just wanted to say that real quick to let you guys know exactly how it is. I feel bad for the guy. Dude, I felt horrible for him. Bro gained 20 subs since yesterday? Or what? W. Dude, I didn't think we'd hit 16K till FC27. We're very close. Player pick central. So the players pick this player pick. EA listened to the community and had the players pick the player pick that they wanted to pick for the player pick. Yes. The word pick said 6,120 times and exceeds the word mumbo. Nothing will surpass mumbo in chat. Redacted, what's up, brother? Is there... Yo, wait, could we put an exclamation mark Lena link in chat and have it type? So you know how if you put exclamation mark OnlyFans, the meme is that I have an OnlyFans and they click on it, it's a link to YouTube membership. Could we do that for like Lena? Just put exclamation mark Lena and have it be Lena's OnlyFans. And then you click on the link and it takes you to our YouTube membership. Giannis instantly becomes a YouTube member. He gifts 50 YouTube memberships instantly. Wait, what is this? Doing an experiment. I have 185 doubles saved. I'm doing 100 of the 85 times 3 player picks to see what's better. I mean, you gotta, hold on. Oh, I didn't take the FOF rip. The question comes down to what are you classifying as better? Is the better the pack weight of trying to get 99s? Is the question of better how often you get a footies? Is it how often you get a special card? Because I feel like what it'll ultimately come down to is they're relatively the same. There's going to be a 2 rare difference mainly with just that over time. So if you did 100 of the player picks versus 100 of the 85 doubles, that's going to be just a total of 200 more gold rares to have to use towards that. Now, if that 100 or 200 additional gold rares nets you a 99, you're going to feel like it's 100% worth it. Hey, this is Lena. How can I help? So we know Lena's one of the people in chat right now, without a doubt. Has to be. Leave this stream and doing picks. Let us know how it goes. You first thought it was me? I still think it's you. If I get a 99, I'll send it. Giannis, if you get a 99, I hope you put it back into the 85 plus player pick. So you can, or in exchange so you can keep the grind going. It'd be a shame if you couldn't do your unlimited grind because you were saving a A pure 99. Branching into these categories, footies, team seasons, FOFs. So my thing's this, and why, outside of obviously the amount of gold rares needed for the 85 double, my new reasoning why I want to focus on the 85 double more than these is going to be even more basic. I want to be able to open those packs as fast as possible and make the crafting upgrades as fast as possible. In doing so, we can spam through on Foot Genie all of them at the same time. Just do. Versus player picks, I mean, you can do them relatively efficiently, but it's not the same. Yeah, and it has the benefit of being one less SBC. It takes more cards, so in theory, like if you're constantly filling your dupe storage with like a bunch of different gold rares that you're wanting to put somewhere, being able to put them right back in and clear your dupe storage or clear your club, really easy to do. Shout out Lucas! Why are we screaming in full caps? Lucas! Is that what you wanted? We're branching into footies, team season FOF, 91 pluses, 87 to 90. I'm very interested to hear how that goes. Yeah, let me know how that goes, brother. I'm so high right now. Pain meds are kicking in. Grinds in full effect. He may or may not be fully... Let's just say it's PP related. Thank you. Help me giving that kind of energy. Dude, so we have an issue. You know what I just realized? I haven't opened my dailies. Finished opening my dailies. We got to do that. Coins are going back up too, by the way. We're still going through the Prime Electrum packs. I think I'm down to 200. Literally exactly 200. And then I have 50 plus of the small Gold Players packs and then the Jumbo Golds. I tested before we knew that the 85 double was getting removed when EA changed the time on it so it would expire at new content. I tested a few League SBC runs just to see kind of the price of Pro League Portuguese League, because I mentioned in the video I just wanted to see like if it can still be done relatively easily. Very easy to make those packs, easier than ever. I just personally wouldn't recommend it unless you literally have like under 10k coins. For me personally, it's just not worth the hassle anymore. And SBC uses. Bro, it's unrelenting. Something happened when I was in the car yesterday with the wife. It's about 2 miles from home where we was home. It hurt so bad. It took me 3 refs all the way home. Dang, man. You're just having one of those weeks. Wobble's good. Not this, Oh. I thought he was Lewis Hall for a second. Poison looked like Lewis Hall from behind. Don't ask me how I know that. Alright. Also, too, long stream today. We're planning on 3-4 hours or so. And then if I lose track of time, even longer, potentially. What do you guys think of the 87 pluses today? Have those been good for you? And do you think these are better or worse than the 88 times 5s? What did you miss? EA listened to us and realized that they didn't want to get so much negative backlash for having the 85 plus player pick be out for the whole week. So they changed the time to expire at new content today so that they could remove it and bring it back for just 6 rares needed. Which is not bad requirements. but it's not unlimited requirements specifically with just that in exchanges and 80 plus times 5s. You have to add other things into it to make it unlimited. But the bare minimum, 80 to 85 times 2 and that both, it will take you so long to run out if you have any amount of packs or coins. Like, it literally will scale back and forth. The example I referred to in the second video today when it re-released was, I don't know if I said a box, but I was talking about how people's fear is they'll notice over time that their Footies provision player packs are running low, especially after they have like the boost maybe at new content, it goes higher, and they see this getting lower and they feel like they're running out. But they got to remember is if they're putting the commons into the 80 plus times 5, even though this is getting lower, you'll be able to make a few more as you're packing stuff. They'll continue to get lower, but the lower that gets, the higher the 80 plus times 5s get. And the more of these you make, the more of these you can spam open back into more walkouts, more promo cards, more player picks, more everything. And then the recycle continues. So you have to get through so many cards to truly run out. But not only that, the coins you're making is really good. And then on top of that, each day you have at new content, it being reset for all your dailies that you'll continue to get boosts from. Mumbo Discord. What am I looking at? Power. Absolutely, brother. What a picture right there. What a picture. This cat turd is my favorite pal. I can't remember like any of the pals' names, but I just know this man and the sheep one, I have murdered, slain probably 10,000 of them. Such a fun game. I was a soldier for a few weeks in that. Is Power World even good? I loved it, man. I'm still playing it, not as much as I did. Before I went to Nashville, so when I went to Nashville for the Liverpool Sunderland game, I was supposed to wake up at like, I think it was 8 a.m. And my family was going to pick me up so that we could travel down to Nashville. And instead of sleeping, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pull an all-nighter. I haven't done this in a long time. Let's see how I feel. I kid you not. It was one of those things. Same thing happens like right when a new FIFA comes out. You like hop on and you're like, okay, I'll only do this. And then it's 5 hours within the blink of an eye. And you're like, what happened? And Pal World makes it so much worse because there's always something you're doing. So like the example I'll give to compare to Ultimate Team. What makes this grind so fun, even if you don't like the 85 plus player pick compared to the 84, what makes the grind so fun is you're opening a provision, you're making player picks, you're making crafting upgrades, you're opening crafting upgrades, you're making player picks, you're making provisions, you're packing footies, you're making 95 pluses, you're making coins, you're spending coins, you're buying promo packs. Like, it feels like you're always doing something, so you're not getting bored in the sense of like, oh, this is monotonous. It's just like, do. Pal World does that, but you make the mistake of trying to be too efficient, and they give you way too many ways to do it. And like, Pal World's version of min-maxing is not even like, oh, I'll give you the perfect example. You know how we joke about one day when I have a family, it's going to be so nice to have kids that I can throw on squad battles duty? And then someone made the joke and said like, Mumbo just wants to have children so they can be slaves for him on Ultimate Team. Pal World, you're literally capturing pals or people. You can literally capture people to be slaves at your property, and different slaves are faster or slower than others at different tasks. So it's like you can put a human that has 3 building versus a pal that maybe has 2. So it's like, okay, I'm going to put the human in there more, but the human eats more than the pal, so I don't want to have to provide as much food. Can I give them less food? Which one takes the least amount of food? Which ones can I give slop? And even if they get sad, I can just kill them off for their materials and get brand new ones. So it just does that nonstop, and you're like, bro, this is so dark. But it's so fun. But yeah, people saying like, oh, it's Pokemon. As someone who loves Pokemon, I think maybe the idea of catching a object in a ball is the only thing it would ever have in common with Pokemon. It's completely its own thing. What's my favorite D1 LD0 to use, Mumbo? Is that like a extension for the web app? I mean, I feel like I'm pretty up to date with them, so I'd say whatever like is the newest on the market, I'm down to try. Like, I'm not picky. I feel like some are bigger and some are smaller in terms of how much you can grind on them. Personally, I like to mix it up. I don't stick with just one. I like to go back and forth. So for example, like Foot Genie, we go back and forth on. We switch to Pale Tools. The grind is really funny. Did that answer your question, Lena? I don't care what people use. Lots of grinding regardless. Everyone will have a favorite. Pack weight become absolutely awful. Let's be honest, it's always been awful. I feel like it's never been good. Whether it's like a specific SBC on this game or just like a year of Ultimate Team, is there anything you guys could point to outside of maybe like end of the year exchanges for like an 8320 that you're inevitably going to pack something in? What was the last time you had an SBC come out and you're like, holy cow, the pack weight on this is insane? I feel like most of it's just been crap that moves you forward. But that's where the ability to make coins on them is so important. Even if you're not packing the most insane thing in it, you can basically afford all the most insane cards in the game through the grind anyways. Which in my opinion is going to be also another focus for next year. Not only for doing the new version of SBCs, but like showing you guys like, hey, coins are going to be such a huge thing. Saving packs is going to be such a huge thing. What are the best things to spend your champs tokens on? So I didn't finish my champs. I played one game, went undefeated, and then forgot to play the rest. Can I, oh, I guess I could still play. I would do the tradable packs that give you a lot of chances at promo cards. So if there's like an 86 plus times 20 or something like that tradable, those packs, the quick sell value for a lot of the promos you're going to make hundreds of thousands of coins. Just on that alone. MumboElite played champs? Yeah. We played champs, we did div rivals, we cooked the dude. I scored one of the most disgusting goals I've ever scored. What'd you pack the 99s in? Something very similar to bronze packs. We got them in something that's very closely related to a bronze pack. They're in the same relative area on the menus. Just a little bit more expensive than a bronze pack. Some of them like 1,000 times more expensive than the bronze pack, but that was some politician wording if I've ever heard it. I played one game and went undefeated. Well, I started with saying undefeated. I always start with saying undefeated because it's technically the truth, right? That's the political answer. And then it gets people thinking like, wait a second. He hasn't lost? How is that possible? Is he like insane at the menus? And then like they've heard me say so many times before after that I haven't played at all. Like I haven't even qualified or even tried. So they're like, oh, he hasn't lost because he hasn't played. But now it's like, no, I played. Go back on stream, see it. We cooked that dude last game. It's just too boring now. It's It's too easy to get wins. And then all of a sudden, if we lose on stream, it won't be my fault. It'll be because something in the game happened. But oddly enough, if we had the lead and we start losing, and I know there's no coming back, we're giving away wins. Hey, I want to do good for the community. I know you guys are sweating out Weekend League. Let's give you guys some wins. So have you gotten anyone from the grind yet? Yeah, they're on screen. And you're going to say, well, you said you got those in promo packs. That's not a grind. The coins from the grind got us the promo packs. Alright, I think we're good to keep spamming. Are the EA employee allegations true? Let's hear the allegations. I'll confirm or deny them. C-Barbs, we have a guy you need to meet. Wait a second. Did you guys notice that? Hold on, time out. Did you guys notice something? Someone's been here a lot in the last few days. Another individual we haven't heard from in at least a few days. An individual's in here. Non-stop. The second he goes away, the second he's no longer around, C-Barbs is here. Huh. Interesting. Just making a mental note of that, nothing else. C-Barbs and Giannis are the same person. Could be. I want to see them interact with each other. I want to see the back and forth that C-Barbs and Giannis could have. I genuinely might just, like, read their conversations to each other and sit here as we're, like, opening packs in the background and just smile. It's a coincidence. I can show proof. So you're already defensive. Interesting. Most people would be like, who? What are you talking about? Odd that you didn't do that. At me in Discord when he's here? Sure. Alright. Okay. At C-Barbs, he's here. I see him in chat right now. Oh, wait, no, C-Barbs, I wanted to talk to you, buddy. How do you feel about all the Americans coming to Burrow? They're just infiltrating the championship, and they're just so good. You got the next Captain America in there. Between doing TikTok dances, he's doing disgusting free kick and set pieces for you guys. And getting assists in his debut. Dude, like, it's so funny because Berhalter only got onto the U.S. men's national team initially. It felt like because of his dad, he hadn't, like, fully developed yet. But, like, when he got, like, the allegations of, like, oh, you only got on here because of your father, it's like he turned it up a notch. And then he just became, like, this just demon, bro. It was crazy. What is the unlimited grind? Can you tell the pack order? Yes and no. I can. It's laid out in the newest video if you want to take a look at that. Or the best grind if you want to take a look at that. Otherwise, I'm just going to spit out a bunch of stuff for the next 45 seconds. You may or may not be confused. Your call, though. Let's do these. The nepotism. I forgot the word for a second. Thank you. So opening provisions and putting comments into 85s. rares into 85 doubles, and just recycle in. The 45-second one would save me time. I'll see the video later. Okay. Dailies, I personally build them out and then open them up at the same time into provision packs, into player picks, and or 85 doubles. Also making crafting upgrades at the same time, spamming those open into provisions, into more crafting upgrades or player picks or both, or 85 doubles. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Work your provision packs down, work your crafting upgrades up, make your coins up with the 95 pluses you're making with the dupe storage footies on top of the 85 86s. Constantly clear your low end gold rares at all times, making the one of your choosing. Go back and forth as the coins continue to go up. Make the packs go all the way down as you're running low on provisions. Spam open the crafting upgrades to get even more provisions made from the walkouts and promo cards that you're getting back into them. Doing that nonstop over and over, basically into a triangle or square or circle, however you want to view it, of the nonstop grind. At any point, if you want to take the coins that you're making in the grind, because you're making tens of thousands with the amount of 95 plus player picks you're doing, I'd say most people on average could make an easy 100k plus a day. Do that over and over and over. Mass bid on 87s and 88s if you want to make easy coins and or make additional ones on top of that. You can take additional coins you're making as well and buy promo packs if you want a chance at a 99. We've gone through from promo packs. Better mass on the 85 doubles than the player pick, but both are good. Yep, you see the video? It may be helpful. Oh, am I out? Ooh, I'm low, boys. What is my dupe storage? If I have just made a bunch of... Oh, we still have more of these to do. Okay. Bro, those footies are dropping more and more. I'm getting scared, man. Mumbo, can you ask my question? That sentence doesn't even make sense, but... You reckon you have enough footies there? I never have enough foot. Could always do more foot. Bubba, can you ask my thoughts? I'm listening to it right now, Sharky. I can hear it in my head. You're disgusting for even thinking that. Hi, Mumbo. Just watched your unlimited grind vid and just seen the title. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Other stream, should I go for the 85 PP or the 85 double? 85 double is better math if you're trying to make the grind last longer and go further. But both are relatively the same. It's only a 2-card difference for rares. However, the more in bulk you do it, the more you're missing out on. So in theory, if you do 100 of each, it's going to cost you 200 more gold rares for the player picks versus the 85 double. Pack weight of stuff removed, just strictly the math. Two questions I need answering is Giannis and Seabarb's the same person, and has Seabarb's got the grind done yet? Seabarb's hasn't even asked about a grind. Seabarb's came to the video saying what the grind was. It was interesting. It was weird. How do you know that much about England 4 divisions, but you are American/Italian? How do I know about the lower divisions of England, essentially you're asking? You see, I did this thing for a super long time called bronze pack method. And I've also done this thing where it's called supporting a club named Sunderland, where they've been in the 3 of the many divisions in England football. I had to watch the most disgusting football over the years. Some things I would never wish on my worst enemy. WTF, YouTube took the views / watching away from the normal page and put it in a play logo instead. Wait, what? Took the views / watching away from the normal page and put it as a play logo instead. Like in the bottom of the screen? Like on top of the stream, like in the bottom left corner or something, it has like how many people are live on said screen when you're watching. Interesting, if that's true. Choose Buddy might craft the 85 doubles now and crack with the grind tomorrow. The pros in that are you're putting it in a pack instead of a pick, so you can spam open them a lot quicker, especially with like Foot Genie and Pale Tools, than you could player picks. So that is one of the positives too. To be fair, Sunderland were in League One for 2 years. Brother, I wish it was 2 years. Also packed 99 Maradona from the new PP, which came out yesterday. Big respect being a Sunderland fan. I'm Arsenal. Nice, man. How old are you, and do you remember Dan Ballard when he was there in the academy? My dad thought you are English because of your ball knowledge. No comment. I was going to say something back to you, Lena, but I don't want to give you hope. Under the thumbnail on the main page, it's now channel name and the view number. Is that a mobile thing or on a desktop thing? Or both, maybe. I know what you were going to say. What was I going to say? I have no idea what you're talking about. 28, I don't, unfortunately. He was the one who was Sunderland center back, blonde hair, who scored the absolute screamer at the MumboElite for the first goal against you guys. He played there when he was in their academy, and then I don't know if he ever got any first team minutes for Arsenal, but he then got loaned out a few times to the championship. Then we got him in the championship and then bought him. It was one of the best signings we've ever made. That I have more balls knowledge? That is disgusting. Why would you even say something like that, Lena? There's literal children watching the stream right now. Hey, so my best picks were 2 picks in a row where I had 95 footies and a 97 one, and I got them in a row. 2 picks back to back with 2 footies in them. Just for Trossard to score a screamer. True. And then just for Barabi to score a ridiculous goal as well. Sea Barbs came back oddly quick. You're telling me Sharky was able to send a message within seconds of Giannis appearing, and C-Barbs was instantly on it. Interesting. He did. I saw the app. Giannis and C-Barbs. I got something I want to ask you guys, but I need you both to say that you're ready in chat. Type ready if you can hear me. And you're ready. Interesting. Okay. C-Barb's question, brother. You're into computers, right? And stuff like that? On PC, it's still the old views watching. I'll have to look on mobile then. No, you're not? Okay. Never mind. Yeah, it's like Messi and Ronaldo meeting before a match. Guys, if you have just joined this channel in the past week, the lore that you have missed out on is insane. C-Barbs is like who's who? No, you know what? It's you could say Messi and Ronaldo meeting. I feel like Footmaster and C-Barbs are the Messi Ronaldo. Not sure which one's which. I feel like Giannis is the Neymar that everyone thinks has the potential. Yeah. I feel like it's too early. This is Santos Neymar right before the move. Pre-injuries. I'm Santos Neymar. Indeed, brother. Indeed. You're saying C-Barbs is the GOAT? Ooh. I'm not denying he has talent, but I don't know, man. Prime Footmaster? Don't say that ever again. I don't like Messi. Oh, there we go. We got our answer, boys. He prefers CR7. Is it the aesthetics you prefer, or surely it's not the football inability, right? Especially when he let us beat Man U by missing the pen for us. What are you trying to imply, Mumbo? I think what I think you know what I was implying. I think you don't want to type it because you know it's true. No, that's not what I meant. Wait, how did you get that out of that? You prefer the other gender. What? You said I like the aesthetics of Ronaldo? Yeah, I could have used any word with that, but the second part of that was the point I was making. Because we know it's not the football inability, or whatever I said. How many provisions you got left, and did you spend any coins for them yet? Nope. Spent 0 coins. Up probably 250k today so far. I think made another 10 plus 95 player picks from yesterday. Provisions are to 57. Craftings is 701. Daily provisions up to 49. Haven't touched those. My goal today, once we're out of the dailies, is to get the Footies provision as low as possible. I want to try to hit 0 with the Footies provisions and get over 1,000 with the 80 plus times 5s. In a perfect world, that's what I want. Write him off again? Was that enough proof? The fact that you feel like you have to prove yourself, I think, speaks volumes, C-Barbs. Me meeting C-Barbs is how Neymar must have felt when he was meeting Ronaldo or Messi. Go enjoy Johnson, Jamie. I got a feeling one of us is going to hit a 99 in a PP today, boys. You know how you have that feeling you just can't shake? I got a feeling. Now, which 99 it is, I have no idea. Do we have any leaks yet for Thursday? For when the Footies exchange is set to expire? Has anyone seen any Twitter posts about it? 98 Ginola from the 94 plus, does that count? Sure. When are you gonna do shop packs again? We'll see. Right now, I kind of want to see if I can work back, not necessarily to 15 mil, but get closer to 15 mil. Because we did, what, 8 million coins this week? We could probably do another 5+ mil next week. If he played for Sunderland, he'd be a 99. If he played for Sunderland, he'd be an icon and not a hero. Just saying. Just saying. Levels. When is Strip FIFA returning? We did an episode yesterday. Exclamation mark OnlyFans. Play for Sunderland, he'd be a 96 icon. All right, come on. This is gonna hit. Here we go. Built up almost 280 times 5. Is that good so far? Yep. How many provisions do you have currently with that Foot Echo? If I craft all 25, fatal 1, and 50 daily. Also sitting on 80, 85 too. Okay. Yeah, don't worry if the provision pack is getting lower over time. The lower the provision packs get, the higher the craftings, aka the 80 plus times 5s get. And you spam those back in. Anything but the 99. I've gotten so many duplicate 97s. I've only the 96. Why are you doing picks again? For stream content. But I'm mainly doing the 85 doubles. Remember, not everything you guys do necessarily has to be the most repeatable option when you're already unlimited. You guys can kind of go your own routes. If you'll have more fun on player picks, or like if you're a content creator and something's more entertaining, right? Like same logic goes with coins. It would be even more beneficial for probably like marketing reasons to have 50 million liquid coins, taking it to the end of the year and saying because of these methods we keep having our coins go up. But it's also super fun and engaging to have you guys see me open millions of coins worth of promo packs. Is that ideal? Probably not, but it's not going to follow us to the next game. Picks the way to go. 4 less for golds. It's 2 cards more. Yep. He doesn't understand that. He's got Kane in the exact same spot. I wonder, like, if things drop in packs and waves, like if we all were spamming these at the same time, and like the footies weight went really high at some point, if we'd all be getting similar footies cards. Brian, not dumb. You don't understand. Most 85 doubles give 187 and 186. What am I going to do with that 86? Giannis. Buddy. Notice how you just said, bro, I'm not dumb. You don't understand. But you didn't even respond to what was said. You didn't even acknowledge the math at all. You just simply pivoted to something else. You saying the 85 PP is 4 less rares is like me saying I went undefeated in foot champs this weekend. They're both true. But the context is completely missing. Dude, the weight on the 86 203 is horrific. Imagine if that was fully repeatable, how bad it'd be. Game mostly always 87 or higher. Same. 85 PP is 4 less rares and has a better pack weight. I disagree with the better pack weight. I'd say they're relatively on par with each other. I can do what I want, but you said I don't understand. Yes, I don't think you understand. You either don't understand what point he's making, or you're completely okay with being incorrect because you like the player picks more. That's fine to just say you like the player packs more, but the math is not in your favor. You can say things like, oh, better pack weight, which is subjective on its face too. And then you pivot to, it costs this many less gold rares. No, to get the same amount of cards, it costs more gold rares. Which is fine. You can say it costs more gold rares, but you're really enjoying the grind and you're never going to run out of packs. That could be a true thing, but the way you're displaying it is just incorrect. There you go. PP's more fun. That's all I had to say. Boom. So we're throwing the 384 plus 410 solely for the 6.5k coins, or sending them into the 80 times 5s. That's a good question. You can do that. The other thing too is, like, if you guys aren't dealing with SBC issues anymore with like SBC bans, you wanted to start doing the daily bronze, daily silver, daily golds in a little bit. Another way you could look at that too is like you're probably overkilling your dailies for the 8410, 8510, and 87.5 or whatever it is now. If you want to chuck in some bronzes and silvers along the way into those things that are rating, same thing with like the 87 to 90 times 3. If you guys want to chuck in some lower rated cards that's not a gold, so that you can use more golds for other things, it's probably beneficial to a certain extent. And then you also have a different sort of pack slash pick that you have a chance to pack things in. So I would say go for it if you want to put gold commons into that. In the grand scheme of things, it's not going to be changing the grind too much. But especially if you're low on coins, you want the easy coins, go for it. Didn't I just get Van Dijk in that same exact spot like 2 minutes ago? Okay, dude, just let me be. I am really enjoying the 85 PPs. I feel like it's FIFA 23 again. I've never had more fun. That's fine. That is fine. What you just said is correct. Good job. But can you understand the point I'm trying to make? when people are asking how it's unlimited, we're trying to make videos explaining how it's unlimited, and then you're commenting on them, you don't even need that. It's unlimited this way. And then what you're explaining by itself is not unlimited. You can see how people would get confused then, right? Thank you. Where'd you get the 99s from? The 600k packs in the store, and then the, I think, 325k packs. The ones that have guarantee footies player picks in them. After these 85 plus picks or double packs, I'm just returning to the mixed league method. Bro, this morning, I went to the premium mix for about 5 minutes and said, yeah, I'm not doing this. I said, no, thank you. My friend, I have 188 exchanges in stock. Let's go. W, man. I feel like the footies pack weight is not as high in the player pick as it is the 85 double. Top 5 anime betrayals. Listen, right before it goes away, we are going to do a goodbye message to it. Because we're probably not going to have it next year. Or it's going to be different because of the point system if we do have it. So, got a solid 15 in exchanges in stock. It's always in and around the 20 mark. I feel like, so true. Mine's always even a little higher than that. I feel like I'm always at like 30 to 50. But I feel like the more footies I have in my dupe storage, the more often I get them too. The footies rates seem higher in the 85 double. I completely agree. Now, to be fair, I say that. One, because I've seen back-to-back 4 in the row of me getting footies today. So I can speak from experience. But I also think part of that, too, is I'm sitting there spamming them very quickly on Foot Genie. So there probably are times where I'm not really paying attention and I have 10 that I open that I get none and then I get one. It's like, oh, seconds ago we just got one. But in general, I think 1-to-1. Definitely a higher drop rate. Now, drop rate of any good ones, neither has had a good one for me yet. Tomorrow, so many people will lose their eyesight because of how dumb. Wait, is there an eclipse happening? You took 6 so many wins in champs. You can open 12 86 10s and earn 100k pack easily. 100k a pack easily? Yeah. You can genuinely make like 500k plus a week playing gameplay right now. I just made an 85 times soon. You got 286s. You should never touch them again, Giannis. They must not work then, buddy. I've not been saving the repeatable packs. Is there any reason to? I've gone around 60 normal provisions. Yes and no. I'm going to explain something real quick for everyone when it comes to like the idea of saving packs and like just information that can be useful whether or not you're saving, just kind of for perspective. So, for example, when people are saying they're getting lower on provisions and that's scaring them, having more context is important. For example, I'm at 48 provisions right now. I could probably go into my club and all the stuff we've been packing. Could probably make this back up to 75 plus easily. But as this continues to get lower, I have way more of the crafting upgrades, aka the 80 plus 5s I can make. So as this gets lower, this will continue to get higher. Now, at any point in time, I could open some of these and make some more player picks and stuff. But I think what's really useful for this is twofold. One, you truly get to see how unlimited a grind is. Because when you're so far removed, I think it's very easy to go through like the daily motions. And if you had stuff already kind of there, you don't necessarily feel like there's any difference. There could be a huge difference. So, for example, when we had the 85 plus player pick originally yesterday, it might not feel like it with your dailies. You're running out of all your cards, especially if you have a ton of the FUTTIES provisions you're going through. But if you grind that enough, it's slowly going to eat up. Versus the grind kind of now with the 85 double and the 85 plus player pick that came out, is as this continues to get lower, it's not that big of a difference that's making it get lower. It's just shifting to a different type of pack. And another way to think about it is the higher you build out this pack, think about its usefulness in other ways. If I opened 700 of these and I was at risk or I felt like I was running out of packs because I was low on FUTTIES, even if it's not 700 for you, if this is 100, if you opened 100 of these, how many promo cards are you going to pack? How many 87 pluses that you could put right back into exchanges? How many low-rated gold rares are you going to get that you can put right back into player picks or 85 doubles as well? Not only that, with all the provisions and stuff you're making, even if you got this number to 0, this number would get way higher then because of all the additional ones here. But not only that, because you're making additional provisions, you're getting additional gold commons that will get this number back up. So the way to look at this is these two things combined should never hit 0. You can have FUTTIES provisions hit 0, but you shouldn't have the crafting upgrade hit 0 at the same time. They should always be back and forth. What you'll notice is the more of these you have, if you're lower on them, you might see the swings get closer to 0 eventually. But for most of us, this 700 probably gets us into the hundreds. And then when we spam this back in, even if it doesn't get back to 700, it maybe gets to like 600, 650. The sheer amount of packs you'd have to go through and recycling you'd have to do, let alone the daily stuff you'd continue to get and the different grinds on the menu, the coins you'd be making, it would take so long to run out that it doesn't matter that the 85 plus player pick is less unlimited in its nature than the 84 plus player pick. It would take you so much stuff to run through to ever be at risk of hitting 0. Does that kind of make sense? We have a solar eclipse around content time. Should I make a how to grind the solar eclipse video? Unlimited eyesight. So, like, in terms of those repeatable SBCs, the value of that too, I forgot to mention this as well, is, let's say, for example, they didn't change the player pick, right? Let's say they didn't change the player pick and they made it stay as bad as the 85 plus originally was. Having any amount of packs built up during that time that the menus are worse off are going to help you stretch further to make up that difference. And without it, if the math's not there, it's going to be harder to keep said grind going. Obviously, there's other factors. There's coins that you're making. There's other packs. Read my comment. I made another 85 too. Made another 85 too. You got 186, 185. Spent the whole provision to get 0. Wow. 0 87s. You made 2 85 doubles. That's insane, man. Crazy. Makes sense. I've still been getting a single repeatable pack and just made one 80 times 5, and I always have none of them. I'll try to build up. And if you guys are in the point where you haven't been building up packs, and you don't really want to build up packs, but you want to see how useful it could be, or you want to like test for yourself how low you actually get on stuff, if you're if you haven't done the daily provisions yet, I would encourage you to save today's daily provisions, and if not today, save tomorrow's. Everything else, open up. But I use this as the litmus test more than anything. So for me, if I ever ran low on anything else on the menus, the last thing I'm going to go to is the provision packs. Reason being, one, it's a ton of extra gold rares and gold commons, but also kind of my logic is like, this grind's going to go so long that if they keep giving us the daily provision or they even increase it, by the time I would even need to even think about using these, we would probably have an even more insane grind on the menus and we wouldn't need them in the first place. But also on top of that, if they continue to increase in how many you could get, this would probably be in the hundreds. Which then at that point, if there's a week where, again, we really want to grind, but there's like nothing out. For example, we're assuming EA's either going to give us a better exchange on Thursday or they're going to refresh with the same exact one. There is a world where EA just doesn't bring the exchange back out and they're basically calling it quits on footies. If that happened, we're sitting here and we're like, wait a second, how are we going to grind now? You could go back to the premium mix if they even refresh that. They could remove that altogether too. Most people would just quit the game altogether at that point and be like, screw it, I'm not buying 27. I'm not playing this game ever again. EA is a money-hungry company that absolutely sucks. But at least you'd have some packs that you could fall back on. So, question though. If we're going to talk pack weight, I'm curious. If we're talking pack weight, you can't, I don't think, view them one-to-one as the fair analysis. If you built out 100 of each, you're using 200 more gold rares for the player pick than you are the 85 double. So I would argue you have to add another 200 gold rares to the 85 double, and that's the amount of packs you should base it on. Would that be fair? Because if you're really going off of how useful it is for the sake of fodder, I feel like you have to even out the amount of gold rares you're getting. Otherwise, it's uneven. So instead of doing, I made 10 of this, I made 10 of this, you put X amount of gold rares into this and X amount into that. The X should be the same number. I've only had like 5 85s or 86s from doing 50. Yeah, I don't... Maybe it's what you guys are opening on. Are you guys opening 85 doubles on console? I mainly spam mine open on Foot Genie. And I very rarely... I'm always getting at least 187 plus usually. Very rarely do I ever get a double 85 or an 85 86. It's almost always a promo card. We had 4 in a row be footies. How's your game yesterday, Mumbo? It was awesome. We had a last-minute free kick to win the game, which was sick. I scored a tap-in earlier in it. A7 streak's over. I mean, at the end of the day, too, we're all arguing about useless stuff. We're all arguing about stuff where it's like, no, Mumbo, you don't understand. You're incorrect. Because the way I'm doing it right now is going to build me 5,000 total packs in the recycle over the next 2 days. What you're arguing is only going to build... Technically, it's building you 10,250 because you have more stuff. But, like, theoretically, you're going to get less footies. So you're going to have less footies fill up your dupe storage. Okay. Like, as long as we're all on the same page of, like, you can do either of these grinds... If there's someone in chat who has basically nothing, maybe we discuss it differently to them. But I think for all of us, it's just literally do what you want. Wait, no, I take that back. No, because everyone's pack weight is different. You can say something might, on average, seem to, as a full community, we seem to get something more from one thing, but pack weight differs so much from account to account. I feel like that can't be used as part of the analysis. Made 50 of these 94 picks and haven't gotten a 98 plus yet once. Well, see, that's the thing too. It's like, if we do that logic for the 95 plus, I know people who've made a single 95 plus and they got a 99 Spanish card. I've done well over 50 and I've gotten 0 99s from it. What do we think of that? I mean, I do it for the coins and the chance at a 99. I don't need a 99, but still. Damn, much like yesterday with the 85 too, so I'm only doing PPs because I feel like the weight is better. Turley, your pack weight's horrible, bud. I'm gonna go to 0 if I do the grind with the 85 doubles. 85 plus pick requires 2 more rares, then 1 85 double. Has a higher success rate for the 87 pluses. I think something also to consider for anyone's grind, because when we're talking about the idea of unlimited or just grinding the menus in general, we also got to discuss what people are doing it on. If you only have access to the menus and you have no access to Foot Genie or the companion app, let's say, I feel like it takes so much longer to do literally anything on the menus that if we view it from that lens, it's even less of a grind I feel like you actually need day to day for it to feel unlimited for people, right? Because like, if we were to log on, by the time I start the stream, you see I have all my dailies built out and then we open them. But even like opening them and recycling them into the exchange packs and even starting to open those, we're like an hour and a half into the stream and we're not finished with that full grind yet. Imagine building them on console and then opening all that up. Most people are probably able to get 3 to 4 hours off of the daily content alone, starting to recycle it. Then you get into the other stuff. Luke, what's up, buddy? Never got a 97 or a 98 or 99 in all of footies. Which SBC should you do? To get a footies or to get a 97, 98, 99, or just in general, which one should you grind? I'm showing off the player picks here, but I'm personally doing more 85 doubles than the player pick because it's less total gold rares needed for the amount of cards you get back in general. But it's going to be more personal preference. Luke, you haven't missed much, buddy. Might be unpopular, but Pale Tools is actually just so clear for Genie. Only thing that's useful is to put playstyles on players. Did you see that? It's not official yet because it's in the dev stage. But Paleto's working on what Foot Genie has right now. You know how I use it mainly for the premium mix, where it like puts in the players for you, and shows you what you have and how many you could make. Paleto's doing the same exact thing, and he's testing it out right now. So pretty soon, Pale Tools will have access to that. I feel like that's going to have to force Foot Genie to innovate even more. Foot Genie is so much better for the premium mix. We might get to the point where literally next year, or not even next year, maybe the next week or two, Pale Tools might be on the same page. Which is absolutely great. You see how competition works, EA? You have two amazing products that are good for different things, and people prefer maybe one over the other. But them competing against each other causes innovation to happen. Crazy how that works. Man, I get so many 87 pluses from the 85 PP that I have to make provisions every 3 picks to have my storage full. It's so unlimited. Giannis, you constantly having a full storage sounds like you're not clearing your club enough problem and you're less efficient than you could be. Why is your dupe storage filling up after 3 picks? Doesn't make sense. Foot Genie needs to fix the buying feature for graying out the cards. Pale Tools is infinitely clear in that feature. It was so frustrating buying the cards you already had. Also, too, any do you guys have any either feedback, criticism, or recommendations that you'd like to see for Foot Genie specifically? I'm able to talk to the owner, so if you guys have any sort of suggestions, let me know. That's been the main one when we did the premium mix, is people wanting to know why the grayed out feature doesn't work as well. Use Pale Tools and Foot Genie at the same time. Yep. I was literally about to say that. I'm like, the fix right now is you literally just put it on top of it. No diddy. Is it League SBCs to make coins? You can do the premium mix League SBC to make coins, but you don't need it at this point for the grind. You can do the 95 plus FOF instead for coins. You're actually, ironically enough, you're going to get less coins in the 95 plus FOF or footies than you are a premium mix run. The League SBC limits removed, because I was able to do, they're not removed. You can maneuver around them relatively easily. At times it feels more like luck, but it's kind of a soft understanding of like daily limits, hourly limits, when things might potentially refresh. It's not exact science, but the more you engage with it, I would say the better most people get at kind of like understanding it. Like even this stream, you kind of see us do it, not even trying. When a dupe storage fills up, that means we're opening packs. We're going to now make some SBCs. When we made a ton of SBCs, we're now going to go make packs. Some of you, maybe you're opening packs for a period. You're kind of like giving it time to not reach limits. But I don't even know what exact limits are anymore. Theoretically, you have on the web app the 90 hourly for a Foot Genie and a 300 daily. But if I get softband on there and I do the PS4, PS5 method, I can then go get another 90 to 300 by going on the PS4 and submitting one SBC. Then when I get SBC banned again on Foot Genie, aka the web app, I do the PS5, PS4 method where I hop on the PS5, make an SBC and come back. I have another 90 to 300. It's like the weirdest thing. I'll have some days where I can spam for literally hours, like that 8-hour stream. I think I like joked about it, but I don't think we got a single SBC ban on console for PS4 or PS5 for 8 hours of the 8-hour and 15-minute live stream. But in that last 15 minutes, that's how we ended it, was us getting SBC banned. Problem with the 95 is that it tries to use 3 or 4 footies sometimes because I throw all my 87 to 94s in there. I would recommend to do it on console. I find putting the filter on console of golds 86 down to 85 and then using most recent so I can use your dupe storage and your club is a good mix. And then I by hand put the footies in for my SBC storage to fix it to get the rating. Another way you can do it too is if you did it on console. What I like about that is it gives me the freedom when I do the 88 squad versus the 89 to tick the minimum rating down to 84, which you can get away with a lot of 84s in the 88 with the 2 footies, but then tick it back up for the 89. And then since you're on console, you benefit from the, if you started with the 88 and then you go to the 89, it finishes the SBC. If you then start with the 89 and then you go to the 88, it finishes the SBC. And then if you start with the 88, you're doing 2 88s back and forth. and or you can do 2 89s back and forth. You keep the same filter for that one, so you do 2 back to back, and then you switch it again for the next one. I find that's helped me a ton. It's also allowed me to see exactly what's on my dupe storage more often than Foot Genie does. Like, Foot Genie's great for dupe storage when it comes to gold rares and gold commons. It's not as good with all the special cards in there. Love the new 85 PP pack Elise today. W, man, I saw that. That's sick. Foot Genie made their instant SBC completion unlimited for free. It'd be better. Yeah, I mean, that would be great. They have free weekends and they do the watch ads to get a ton daily too. But the reason people buy it is because they feel the product's good enough to want to pay for it. I'm curious though, if Foot Genie keeps or if Pale Tools keeps innovating in those other areas when it comes to making SBCs even easier without templates, I wonder if Foot Genie would ever do more free weekends or discount their prices or up their free thing altogether, then add separate things for the paid version. Do you use 295s for squad? I usually do 295s for the 89, and then I do usually 296s or 197 and 196 for the 89 squad. Actually, I think there's a setting for Foot Genie to make Radiant priority over value, so it might fix the special card issue. There is workarounds. You can definitely fix things. Like when I do, let's say special cards, for example. If I want to put in special cards up to a certain rating, I can have it set where it's basically going to use my dupe storage before it uses my club or vice versa, just by kind of what I have it searching for. There's a lot of things on both of those that take some time to like figure out the best routes, but once you find them, become extremely useful. The one I really like is on Foot Genie doing the 83 raid squads for the 87 to 90 times 3 or the 8410, being able to put in a bunch of like silvers and low end gold commons. Because I'll just have my silvers laid in the club that are already there. But I'll also have like provision packs that I open right before new content for the reason to mix those in to get that rated. Just so I'm not having to use like all 83s. Been doing D and Tally lately and haven't done the 85x3 player pick, but from 5x4 I've gone 98 Dembele, 98 Luis, Diaz, 95 Cancelo, 97 Barella. Nice. If I have 100 provisions stacked up, I'm guessing I can spam the picks without running out. Yes and no. It would take so long for you to theoretically run out, but even if you got to the point where you're running out of the quote-unquote provisions, you would have so many 80 plus times 5s built out that you'd spam right back into making more provisions, which would then go right back into making more 80 plus times 5s, that it would take so long. We're talking probably, depending on how much you grind daily, weeks. Not including the daily stuff that you get each day. That will also add to that number continuing to go up. And also not to mention the coins you'd be making if you're doing the 95 plus. You can get to 0 so much faster doing the 85 times 2 simply because you can store packs and grind faster. Yep. The nice thing about that as well is if you're doing that, especially on Foot Genie, because you can open the packs fast too, you're literally testing the limits of like, even if you were absolutely rapid or like you're kind of the head of the curve in the sense of like, if they were to remove SBC bans and this would allow you to do more SBCs per day, each person, if I was sprinting through this on Foot Genie, how far can I actually take this and how long would it actually take to just grind in general. Like when I was on Pale Tools last year and they removed the SBC ban, we made thousands of the 8320s, and we went back on our 25 account last weekend. We still had over 700 left that we didn't even open by the end of the game. If you've been doing the 95 plus 1 to 3, how good are they? I have 80 players in my storage, so I want to know if I should do them. I'm doing them for strictly the reason of having access to potentially get 99s out of packs, especially the Spanish ones in past footies and other FOFs, but also making basically 10K per run of that. I'm viewing it more from the perspective of if I can do about 10 of those a day, I'm making about 100K a day minimum just there alone. That throughout the week will add up to huge promo packs for an even better chance at a 99 right now. You can auto-select player picks on Genie via rating or price. I haven't tried it, but maybe it would be helpful. You can auto-select player picks on Genie via rating or price. Within a range, right? Is that what you mean? Unless I'm just not understanding what you're saying. Yeah, like I'll set it where it's like, have me make... If I can make up to 50, sweet. I'm going to put 50 as the top limit. And I'm going to have it use up to 84 rated. And then just have it build to me off that. And it shows me what it can build. Is that what you mean? Because if so, yeah. I agree. Oh! I'm an idiot. Auto select. You're saying it can take for you. Huh. Interesting. How fast would that actually make player picks be for you then? Bro, I would... First world problem, I'm going to say. You're going to laugh when I say it. It's hilarious what I'm about to say. The first thing I thought about when he said that, I would be afraid that I'd pack multiple 99s in the same one of 3 85 plus player pick, and it'd choose one of them for me without me seeing the other one I missed out on, or wanting the other one and not getting it. And yeah, I know you could go off of, like, let's say, potentially the amount of coins it's worth. But, like, if Thiago Silva had a 99 and R9 had a 99, I'd take Thiago Silva over R9. I think it's Alex opens up on his videos. It auto selects the highest. Gotcha. I call me old-fashioned. I feel like there's some things that it's better to not be as efficient on. For example, it's more efficient to spam open your dailies on Foot Genie and have them opened in seconds, especially if you have like nothing in your dupe storage. I like going to console and seeing them walk out, seeing if it's going to be a footies, and enjoying that like whole kind of process. I feel like player picks are kind of the same way for me. Now, there's a difference between like purposely taking things slow, like a walkout next year is going to be, where it takes like an hour for the card to actually walk out. But for something like a player pick, I personally don't mind building out like 5 to 10 and opening those up, especially as like content on a stream. So I don't know if I would personally use it, but I guess if it's a tool, it's available, yeah. I'm back. You got 287 pluses in a row from 280 times 5s. That's great. Yes, sir. Oh, I just thought of something else. It might actually... I don't want to say it because I know exactly what Giannis is going to think off of it. He was talking about it before, but basically every two every 2 crafting upgrades, if you got nothing in it, worst case scenario would be an 85 double. But since it's only 1 card off, I have 780 times 5s. So in theory, I basically have 700 player picks ready to go whenever I spam open those. Incoming. See, I told you! I told you, Mumbo, it's better! Petition to bring back gold pack method? Dude, I miss gold pack method so much. Oh my gosh. The cam to center mid, bro, had a hold on me, brother. Oh my goodness. The only 97 I still need is match 3 Hurricane. Around 180 exchanges right now. Let's go. So I was using Pale Tools. I was in a rush and used FUTTIES once and it picked the 91 icon over a FUTTIES. Not terrible, but it could have been so much worse. Yeah. Dude, I need to piss so bad. I'll be right back. You've done 409 exchanges? Nice. All right. Third softman is 16 hours plus. Anyways, got softman on console. What do you think of Liverpool getting new owners? Didn't Jeff Bezos become an owner? Or who's the new owners? You got SoftBank twice already in game? Yeah, it happens pretty often because you can spam pretty quick on console. As I say that, watch it happen right now. No offense to Americans, but please keep Americans out of European football ownership, man. I agree and disagree. Most American owners have no idea what they're doing, and they're just viewing it as just strictly a business and are absolutely destroying some clubs. But Americans aren't the only ones destroying clubs. I think that's an easy scapegoat. It's bigger than just that. What packs are you building up right now? Whether you're doing player picks or 85 doubles, I would build up crafting upgrades. AKA 80 plus times 5s. For when you run low on provisions. To spam right back into making more provisions and picks and 85 doubles. To get the provision number back up. To then open those to get the 80 plus times 5 number back up. Americans, Middle Eastern, oil money, Russians, Europeans, Brits, people who don't want to engage in the business side of the club, who just invest no money and are sitting in the lower divisions when they're screaming for leadership. There's a million examples you can point to. Obviously, the ones you're making are more of the concern, rightfully so, but like I said, it's deeper than just money in football. How do you feel with the new pick? For my account specifically, whether it was actually the same requirements as the 84 pick or not, it really wouldn't matter. I'm not running out of packs ever for the rest of this game. But for you guys, I wish it was the same requirements. It's still relatively good. It's not as good as it should be, but it's still good. What's Fulham's problem right now? Is it lack of reinvestment or what's going on? The reason why Team Leader Mbappe is up so much today? My guess is he fits a crazy Evo or something. Experiment results nearly done. Nice. But she never put penny in Liverpool, but they know how to make money. How? I know it's joked about that Liverpool has Coutinho money. How much did Liverpool sell Coutinho to Barcelona for? Actually, back in the day, like how much was the actual amount of money? My goal is to not get under 150 exchanges till Thursday and build up 300 80 times 5, so I'm on 190 right now. Nice. I would say don't even limit yourself when it comes to the amount of exchanges you want to potentially still have by then. Because the faster you spam through the exchanges, the more 80 plus times 5s you make, the more player picks, 85 times that. The more you do of all that, the worst case scenario that would happen, and you can like mathematically go through everything, it would take literally so long. And the worst case scenario is you'd maybe have a few less exchange packs than what you started with. But in the process of doing so, you probably would go through thousands of packs opened. Because, like, I fall into the same boat, too, right? I fall into the boat of I feel like I have to keep up some sort of aesthetic on stream to show, like, look at my provision number pack. If it's getting low, people are going to think, like, the grind doesn't work. But, like, in reality, I'm about to hit 1,000 80 plus times 5s. What's that number going to look like if I spam those right back into provisions? I could probably get into many hundreds. And if that's the case, I'm probably leaving grinding on the table because I'm playing it too safe. I mean, think about that logic for like League SBCs for however long we did League SBCs. We stuck to that so long because we knew that was unlimited, but we didn't engage with the other content as much as we could have, knowing we still went to run out of packs. Like, I still remember during, I think it was Team of the Season, we had over 1,000 plus crafting upgrades. And we'd literally just be able to spam open 1,000 crafting upgrades, get 5 cards back. You need to put 7 back in, and we could just endlessly do that. And that 1,000 would maybe go down, and then it'd go back up, but not completely to 1,000, but we're maybe at 975. Then it goes down, then maybe 950. So then it's just like the constant back and forth, where you see it originally as like, oh, you have 1,000 packs. You do, but for you to run out, it's maybe not just 1,000. It's potentially like 10,000 plus by the end of it. Not to mention the coins and other stuff in the meantime. It was like 150 with add-ons. 140 is the same as Hazard. Student loan, good player, and allowed him to play against us. Coutinho is allowed to play against Barca. You still do Evos, or is it just the pack right now? I'm going to do a Zlatan center back Evo if it's still available for me to put a striker at center back. But it's mainly menu grind. LMAO. Dude, when we packed Ibra, it was the second we packed him, it's like, all right, what's the most meta one we can put him into to do the overpowered Ibra that everyone's been talking about on social media? Then I thought about it for 2 seconds. I'm like, wait, I'm going to play like 2 games with him. Why not me make him a center back, put him next to Thiago Silva, and we have infinitely more fun? Wait, it expired today? No. The Footy Zebra? I got the 95 Team of the Year Ibra. No. You know what? Actually, it's better that I didn't do it. You know why? I can just move him in game to play center back, and he's not going to have the center back stats, which is going to make it more difficult, but more fun. And I'll happen to put Thiago Silva at striker then, too. Get 160 provisions in total, and with the 85 picks from yesterday, plus the new ones. Mine 272, 85 PPs with the ones from yesterday with these ones. Nice. Wanted to put Pulisic in as he's the American GOAT. Pulisic, step aside. We got Sullivan coming through. He's going to be the next Captain America. After Berhalter. Berhalter's taking Burrow to the Prem. You heard it here first. Averaging around 140 picks a day. Nice. Dude, I did over 1,500 of the 84 plus player picks when they were out. I didn't realize I did that many. It was crazy. I didn't know I did that many. I also saw that number. I was like, I probably could have done more. Alright, I'm going to check Discord DM for autism. $100 PPs and 185 times 2s. 1,000 rares, 84 and below, to make 185 times 2s. FUTTIES FOFs, 2 seasons, 12. 91 plus, 10. 87 to 90, 72. 85 to 86, 97. 600 rares, 84 and below, to make 100 PPs. FUTTIES FOF, team seasons, 14. 91 plus, 24. 7 to 90, 54, 85 to 86, 8. Notable Ebert Team of the Year. I don't think that's autism enough. You may have to take that to another level. Because although you made 100 of each, you should do another one where you're going off the exact amount of rares and potentially the recyclability. Because although you made 100, you used 1,000 rares, right? On the surface, it looks like you used way more. It looks like you used way less for that, which is true. But the amount you also get back that you're able to recycle, which I guess you can kind of pull from these numbers, actually. So you made 100. What can you do with this? What can you do with this? What can you do with this? You don't even have to test a whole new batch. I would just put the math on here as well. Like, if you saved FUTTIES, FOF, and Team of the Seasons for dailies, I could make how many additional provisions? How many right away additional provisions from that? How many gold rares would go into more 85 doubles? What would that number be? Also got Ibra. Can you answer my last question? Tim Ream was the future captain of the American Dream Team, but not anymore after he got bullied by CDK. Tim Ream was officially put in the retirement home at the World Cup. How old is Freeze? The issue is he was old enough to play college soccer at what, Stanford or Harvard? You should be a pro by 18 and not be playing college soccer if you're really... I mean, goalkeeper might be a little different because obviously they play on average until an older age. He's like mid-20s at least. I think he's like 26, 27. He's washed though. He doesn't have a future. sadly. But also not sadly. Look at Vardy. True, but if you're saying Jamie Vardy, that freeze is going to be Jamie Vardy, I would bet my life savings on it not happening. Because I would argue more than just the age, it's the cultural reason for the age. What's the cultural reason why Americans are playing college soccer, aka football? It's because their routes to professional, for a lot of them, they think is playing D1, getting drafted, and going to the MLS, rather than already being in academies, growing up, having opportunities to play at different levels before the age of 18. They're already behind in relation. They're working from a negative position. Yeah, you get 2 extra players for 2 less rares, but the chance of getting an 85 or 86 is much higher in the packs than the picks. Do you think Gio Reyna has any future with the Freedom National Soccer Pro Team? Bro, how is Gio Reyna a washed 23-year-old? That's crazy. He's 23, by the way. He feels like he's 30. For how long it feels like he's been playing top 5 leagues. Dude, conspiracy theory. Have you guys ever... Pay attention the next time you get Van Dijk. Is Van Dijk ever not in the middle? He's always in the middle for me. Thought he was 27. Exactly. Isn't that crazy? Reno is injured so often. Yep, and he has attitude issues. His family's another thing as well. There's a whole backstory with that. His dad was best friends with Greg Berhalter, who both were professional players and both played in the U.S. men's national team back in the day. Their wives were also best friends. And then when Gio Reyna was having issues last World Cup, when Berhalter was the coach, Reyna's family was causing a scene behind the scenes and trying to get the president of U.S. Soccer to do something about it. Essentially trying to get Greg Berhalter fired. What up, man? Not much, brother. Just chilling. How about you? PBs are clear, I think, to be fair. To be honest. Something else to consider too when it comes to these, when it comes to your guys' dupe storage and how you're making stuff, because when you were talking about the 85s and 86s, I thought of something else in my head. When you're doing the 85 doubles, for me, being able to spam even a group of them together is ideally how I get ready to use my footies and the 85s and 86s to do the 95 plus PP. If your dupe storage is filling up with footies and you're waiting to get 85s and 86s and you're struggling to get them in the player pick because you're getting 87 minimums, the only other place you're probably going to get it is provisions. But if your dupe storage is already relatively full, if your club is already relatively full with low-end gold rares and gold commons, you opening provisions is probably not going to put too many back into your club. So if you're going to go the route where you're only going to do player pick, I would do your 95 pluses that you're going to do for the day. I would time that with all your provisions that are in your, or all the footies that are in your dupe storage. I'd do it after you open the 84 10s and the 85 10s. That would probably be the best way to where those are consistently getting in your club, 85s and 86s, where you don't feel like you're wasting them and having to throw them somewhere or overkilling anything. Would that be fair to say? If I man, these PPs are not the greatest, but I'm not running out of cards at all. In the end, I end up with more packs than I started with. Let's go. Did you know Mia Hamm before FIFA? I grew up with Mia Hamm, of course. Me PPs are more fun to open. It's preference. PPs are always more fun to open. Like, repeatability, grind aside, player picks, hands down, are always better than a pack, in my opinion, when it comes to the fun aspect. The other side of that, though, is your SBC pile is filling up with 85, 86s and not enough footies. So I wonder if there's... Okay, open your guys' mind up. We're going to go away from repeatability of which one's better or what's getting you better cards. We're just going to go from just a pure dupe storage perspective. When to choose to do player picks versus 85 doubles literally could come down to that dupe storage more than anything else. Look at what's in your dupe storage. If you're low on footies, maybe focus on the player picks. If you're low on 85s and 86s, focus on the 85 doubles. However, that being said, I want to kind of test and go on Foot Genie and try myself. Bro, I'm getting so many footies cards from the 85 doubles. It's crazy. Rain has missed 446 days since 2020 injured. Dang. Was Aiden called up for the World Cup to represent the U.S. soccer squad? Did Aiden get called up? I don't think he did. I think Morris was on the Gold Cup squad. Some preseason friendlies. I don't think he got the final call for the World Cup. Can't believe in 10 years, new football fans will ask us how good Messi and Ronaldo were. Hashtag unction. Dude, it's crazy to think like that's already somewhat happening to a certain extent. Think of player like COVID's a perfect example. COVID happened 2019, 2020. That's already 6-7 years ago. If you think about what has happened since, the amount of people that have retired, think about the people that are still playing at that time. Like, think about Lockdown Pulisic, trying to explain that to someone. Think about Norwich Pookie in the Prem. How long has Norwich been in the Championship where it feels like they're rotting now? It feels like it's been ages. It feels like Norwich has been longer in the Championship. Realistically, they were in the Prem 2019, 2020-ish. But it feels like they've been there since, like, 2015. Also, it gets even crazier when you think of teams in the Prem now. Think of Brentford. Think of Nottingham Forest. Brentford and Nottingham Forest are somewhat established now. Think about where they were in 2017, 2018, 2019. Swansea Michu. Think of Stoke. Think of Shaqiri at Stoke. Think of just Stoke in general being in the Prem. Think of West Brom Lukaku. My goodness. People already downplay Ronaldo? Well, people downplay Ronaldo because Ronaldo brings it on himself. the real thing with the GOAT debate, two things can be true at once. There can be an age difference between them where obviously Ronaldo's older, so if you're seeing him play at the same time, there's going to be the disadvantage for him there. But even if you look at kind of the prime Ronaldo years, prime Messi years, obviously there's still the age difference, but look at how he acts at Ballon d'Or ceremonies. Think about how he acts when it comes to any accolades or trophies. He always feels like he has to play up his stuff and talk himself up, when Messi's never really felt the urge to have to do that. Quite ever. I would argue the most I've ever seen Messi start like flexing and flaunting was honestly the 2020 World Cup run. Dude became a demon when it came to, remember the game against Netherlands? Delfeo Everton, yep. Remember Watford in the Prem in 2022? Now they're dancing with relegation to League One. Think of who else is in League One. You have, I was going to say Lincoln. You have, I can't stand them. Why am I blanking? We lost them in the playoffs. Sunderland's first year back in the championship. Bunch of tall frauds, don't actually play football. Anti-football 4-4-2. Brexit ball. You got Leicester as well, who's back in League One. Bro, who am I thinking of? Why can't I think of their name right now? Made stadium renovations for the Prem because they had to and then couldn't even stay up and then got double relegated. Bro, I'm pissed. Why can't I think of their name? Actually, I'm glad they're out of my memory. I can't stand them. But who were they? Not Lincoln. I don't want to cheat and look it up. Bro. I give up. Are you saving cards like the VVD or just chucking them in provisions? When I can take an FOF, team of the season, and the other stuff, I'll usually keep them for the dailies. There will be times where you see me submit a bunch of FOFs and team of season cards, and it's usually because I have either way too many footies on my dupe storage. I'm not making enough 95 pluses that I'll start mixing those in. Or like I'm planning on spamming a bunch of packs open still and I'll get many back. In general, I try to keep them for dailies. Dude, does anyone else have brain fog? Why can't I think of them? Super small stadium. Won playoffs to get to the Prem. Their whole story was they had to have stadium renovations that you could get into their stadium from basically like one of the houses across the street or apartment. Like right there. Luton, yes! Freaking Luton, man. Oh my gosh, yes, Luton. That's why I was getting confused. I was saying Lincoln. I knew it wasn't Lincoln. But I knew it was close to Lincoln. Bro, Luton Town. One second. Bro. The first game at the MumboElite was such a good game. Ahmad scored a free kick where Alex Pritchard played the ball short to him to have a better angle for the free kick. And Ahmad scored a screamer from outside the box for this game. This one. To take a lead. Or wait, no. Oh, one of them's the league game. So it was at the Stadium of Light at first. We did extremely well, and then we went to Luton, and they played the most anti-football I've ever seen, and just scored the most stupid goals, and we lost. Can you show your team? But the nice thing about Luton is they did the double, so it was called the Luton instead of the Sunderland for double relegation, and then Leicester did it. So now it's pulling to Leicester. There's my Sunderland squad, and then there is my... oh, wait, that's not the footies. It's the foot picks, please. This one's Soka's in the Prem. They adore it. They have a fantastic stadium, too. Sides of the stadium exposed to wind. So set pieces just became even more difficult to defend. So the PPs are actually fully repeatable. Check my autism out real quick and go over my numbers and make sure I'm derping in your Discord. I'm going to guess what you're going to say in them. You're going to add additional things outside of just the player pick, the provision, the crafting upgrade you can make from it, and the player pick. The math's going to include other daily things and other stuff along the way and the back and forth of stuff, where even if it's not necessarily considered unlimited the same way the 84 plus player pick is, it's virtually impossible to run out of packs. Not with other dailies. Let's see. Okay. Opening 3 provisions, 60 rares, 30 commons, equals 10 PPs with 3 80 times 5s. 92% chance per PP to get an 87 plus, expect 9 out of 10 provision to be provision rated. Presuming you didn't get any 87 plus from the 3 provisions you opened, the 3 80 times 5s give you 2 more PPs. Hold on. 3 provisions. So with the player picks, 10 player picks, 9 of them to expect to get a provision rated. So you're making 4 cards. So 2 provisions back using 8 of the 9. Presuming you didn't get any of the 87 plus from the provisions packs you opened, you get 3 80 plus times 5s to give you 2 more PPs. So I would argue a step past that potentially. With your math, consider the chance of getting an 87 plus in the 80 plus times 5. So you theoretically could get an 87 plus in there. But let's say you don't. You just get, let's say you get all 80s even. It's giving you 2 more player picks. So in those final 2 player picks, you made 2 provisions back, 8. You have 1 87 plus left. You're then making 2 more player picks, where you basically have to get both to be why can't I think right now? Doesn't the math basically add to... I'll do it again because I lost my train of thought. It just gets back to like the even amount. It's not including like the footies cards that you're going to get that you're not going to put right back in. This gives better math for a different thing though, which I will bring up in a second. But no, let's do this one more time. Okay. Maybe I need to write this down. Okay, I'm going to write this down. So, 10 PPs. And then you have 3. You're making 3 80 plus times 5s. Let's say you get 0 from that. You get to make 2 more PPs. So it's a total of 12 PPs. Presume you didn't get any 87 plus from the provision, except 9 of the 10 to be provisions. So 9 of the first 10. You got 9. And then let's say, for the sake of argument, should we say you get 2 PPs? Let's say you get 2 87 pluses in the final ones. Or should it be out of 12 PPs you get 11? Let's do that. That's better math. So you get 11 87 pluses when you're all done with the PPs and the 80 plus times 5s. Let's assume the percentage stays high, but it's not every player pick, and let's assume maybe you got 1 potentially from the 80 plus times 5. 11 PPs, putting 4 in of each. 4, 4, then 3 for this one, so you're missing 1. So to start with 3 provisions, you get close to building out 3 provisions. So you barely miss out. That's if you basically pack all 87 pluses. And that's if you're getting a special card that's not worth anything. It's not valuable. If it's not a Footies. We're assuming it's like an 88, 89, 90 crap one that you're going to recycle anyways. Because any additional Footies cards in there, if you go off maybe the percentages in your other one of how often you are getting a Footies card, how often you are getting the other things, I would run math off of that too, which still brings us to the point where even if it's not going in the positive direction like the 84 plus player pick is, not only do you basically get majority of the cards back, if you were grinding in the positive direction for the unlimited 84 plus player pick, you have built up a foundation strong enough where if you ran these numbers and you upped it even higher, if you want to go completely autistic, could you do me a favor? Could you run this as an example for like me, who has the ability right now to have 100 provision packs and 700 80 plus times 5s, in addition to the 80 plus times 5s I can make from the 100 provision packs? I'm curious what the numbers for that would be. So, long story short, I think you're hitting home on a point that we touched in the videos today, which is exactly true. It doesn't have to be unlimited from the pick itself into the exchange in the 80 plus times 5. There's enough other things going on. There's enough other packs you have that it more than makes up the difference short term, where it puts you way in the positive early on. But you hit that point when the dailies dry up, the additional provisions dry up, and you start taking those losses. But a better way I would look at it is the same way we talk about, let's say, for example, League SBCs, the premium mix. The coins you're making in addition to the grind, even if you ran low on players, people say all the time, right? I ran low on players, I can't do the League SBC anymore. I don't have Pro League Portuguese League. Meanwhile, the tradable packs they have them up for 100k for the day. Theoretically, they could spend 5k to stock a bunch of Pro League Portuguese League players in their clubs and do another 5 to 10 runs easily. Not only are they doing more runs, they have more liquid coins. If it ever got to a point because they're not getting as many players back from the grind, the only thing that would stop them is if they didn't put coins back into it somewhere. Same thing kind of is true in this case. The only thing that would stop you from doing this grind is if you only stuck to the player pick, exchange, and the 80 plus times 5. Or kept way too many special cards. Anything else that you're doing on the menus is infinitely going to aid you along that. Got 28 minutes left until my next. Oxy, you have full use of my autism until then. How many you wanting me to do? Yep, and also remember there's 3 comments left over that you aren't considering. True. 3 provisions, so every 30 provisions you open. So the math I want you to do is, let's use me as an example. I have, let's say, 100 provision packs. So right in the corner or a box, 100 provisions saved out. And then on the side, put 780 plus times 5s. saved out. Then try to do the math for the same thing you just did, but do it for 100 provision packs. From that, if you just spam those open, how many player picks you theoretically could make, and how many additional crafting upgrades you could make off of that. Figure out that number, and then start trying to figure out what potentially the recycle could look like from that, number-wise. We know how we're going to recycle. We know we're going to keep making provision packs. We know we're going to keep making player picks. We know we're going to keep making crafting upgrades. But then you have the other side of the coin, the right side, the saved crafting upgrades. We could then nerdify that and be like, theoretically, we went off the math you did right now and assumed in 3 provisions, the crafting upgrades you'd make, you would get 0 87 pluses. I wonder the potential math of what could happen if you opened over 700. I'm not saying you have to open over 700, but if you want to do a sample size of maybe 10, actually, you know what? I'm going to help you. You do the math on the left side when it comes to the provision that out. We're going to open this down to 709, and we're going to count how many 87 pluses we get, okay? We're going to open this down to 709. We're going to do 10. We're going to see on here how many we get. Actually, hold on. I think I have my dupe storage full. Let's clear that a little bit. Blackburn beat Thunder like 5-0 in 2024. There were some results that were horrific, yeah. Okay, I have a bunch of 86s, 85s. Let me, real quick, make a few of these. And then I'll go into that. Also, every 1 of 3 you make is like 10K. Yep, so the more packs you have, the more coins you have, the better it is. You don't need them for the grind to be worth it and be a good grind and not to run out. But the more stuff you have, even if the math's not in your favor, I want you guys to start viewing it that way, where it's like, even if you're comparing it to the 84 plus player pick last week and you're like, I'm not going to grind as hard because it's not as good, I would grind even harder to see how it genuinely affects you. Because it's probably not going to affect as much as you think. Dang, man. Woo. Just when you thought you realized everything with the grind. It's the same thing with like the premium mix and the other things all over again. You do it one way and then you're like, I feel like this is the best way. Let's just keep doing it. But what if we did this instead? This is like on levels of realizing the jumbo gold had cannons selling for 9 to 10K. Do you guys remember when we made that discovery? The things we were quick selling for months were like 9 to 10K a piece. Saw that you put for the provision 87 to 90. What do you use for the T1 T2 pick? If you use I saw you put provision 87 to 90. What do you use for the T1 T2 pick if you use so much high rate fodder? I do my duplicate provisions, and 85s, 86s are the only thing I do. I put basically 94s and below into exchanges. Because not only is it, in my opinion, not wasting fodder, because we're making more exchanges, which makes us more of everything else and gets us more fodder because we're making more exchanges. The issue I run into is I have, every single day I basically get to the point where I have 40 to 50 footies in my dupe storage that I just have duplicate I need to put somewhere. And if I don't use them in something like this, I genuinely will just never run out. And if some people may say, well, yeah, Mumbo, but why don't you save them and use them for player SBCs? You can do the same thing for player SBCs. People might say, well, Mumbo, why don't you use them for the dailies? We're able to get all our dailies done with the FOFs in our club, the Team of Seasons in our club, and the FOF dupes and the Team of Season dupes that we get. If we left the FOF and Team of Season dupes there, along with the Footies dupes, those things end up becoming like 80 of the 100 cards. And that sounds crazy, and you might not be there yet. But the more and more you grind, the more and more packs you have, the more and more stuff you have, the more and more things you get nonstop. Like, the grind only gets better and better. If you use the math that Redacted was talking about, we're, again, talking about the 80 plus times 5 and kind of like assuming you wouldn't get anything in it. If we spammed hundreds of those, I, without a doubt, guarantee you we'd probably get well over 50 footies in there. Would you use 93s in the provisions? I personally use up to 94s. I don't always use 94s, but I feel comfortable using up to 94s. I think Icon Pack is worth it. I did like 40, 50 of them. The issue with doing a pack over the pick, if you're talking about the 94 one, is you're missing out on tradable packs. You might say, yeah, but you're using less fodder because it's only one squad. If you're fine with that, okay. But I'd ask, if your goal is to get a 99, how high are your odds of getting a 99 in that versus the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of coins you're missing out on per week that you could put into the best of the best promo packs on the store to have a chance at 99s from the menu grind that you're making. And all the Spain cards. You miss out on all the Spain cards. What do you do with all the 85s and 86s? That's what we mix in with the footies cards. That's how we get the 88 and 89 rated. Get 95 Ronaldo from the 85 PP. Nice. George, what's up, buddy? Got a rep provision with 4 87 pluses. With the player pick, you sell all the pack? Yes and no. Maga, if you look at the quick sell value of the two, the jumbo gold is almost always a quick sell value of over 5k. And the small rare, let's use on the low end of like 2k-ish. Okay? So let's say quick sell value of those two combined is bare minimum 7k. If you take any time to check the price of like maybe the 82 plus gold rares you're getting, if you're taking a look at the prices of consumables and different things in there, you'll realize very quickly you have way more coins than you think. I'll give a few screenshots as the example. Most people have quick sold these things all year. All injury healing items, we still have probably 700 plus of these to sell. 400 to 600 coins a piece, every single one. All injuries, we still probably have another 50 to 100 to sell of these before we open the next set of 50 jumbo gold packs that I haven't even touched yet. 1,000 plus coins on each of them. I'll show you crazy prices on gold rares at different ratings. If you're only selling off a rating price, you're missing out on a ton of coins. Stadium base colors, almost 10k coins on some of those. Prices are always up and down, but the amount of cannons that are extinct are 8, 9k. The amount of kits or pitch lines that are thousands upon thousands. It's genuinely endless. And the way I like doing it is if you're not in a desperate rush for coins, I personally hold those packs together and I open those up in groups so that we can make more off of it. Example here, I can pick up 87s on bid for 750, 800 coins. I can also sell 84s for over 2,000 coins. Here's an 83 we sold for 2K. An 82 we sold for 1.3. The market makes no sense. Catalyst for 1.1. And that's just stuff that I'm showing you that were the extremely high prices and gold rares we have there. What if you kept doing this over and over, but you've been storing stuff in your club? What are you going to do when you still have over 100 hunters? When you have like 50 shadows? When you have over 100 Premier League manager cards? Over 100 League One ones? Almost 100 Bundesliga? Over 150 Serie A ones? How about the MLS? How about common items? If there's something in here that can quick sell within minutes for 200 coins, a lot of these, it might be 200 within the hour, because, to be fair, the price on these are relatively low. But if for some reason an SBC or an Evo comes out, and it makes a marksman sell within the hour pretty quickly for 200 coins, look at how many coins I have the potential to make. Which, speaking about that, does anyone know off the top of their head a common chem style that's worth a crap ton? Or at least bare minimum sells for 200 within the hour? Quite literally, we have millions upon millions of additional coins in here. We'll just never end up selling. Hawk? For common? Is Hawk a common? I thought a Hawk was a rare. Is it not? Yeah, no. Common ones. Common ones. Sniper? How much does Sniper go for? We have over 580 tradable. Let's see. Never saw someone maxing so much? I'm telling you, there's levels, man. What's the grind? Do provision / golds, put all the commons into 80 times 5 and the golds up to 83s in player picks. You can. You can also do up to 84s. It's kind of preference. I would say most grinds, it comes down to how you're running your dupe storage. Because how you're running your dupe storage is almost a reflection of how you're running your club. If your issue is your dupe storage keeps filling up with 84s nonstop, it's probably because you never use 84s for anything. If your dupe storage never has below 84s, it's probably because you're using 84s to a certain extent. If you have endless footy cards in there but nothing else, it's probably because you're running your club in a certain way. Let's show this real quick too. We'll do club items. Stadium. Pitch line color. Let's do pitch line colors, for example. I just kind of chuck one of each so we don't have to look right away. Reds and blacks usually go for a bit. So that one, there's one for 2K. That almost always goes for 4 to 5K throughout the day. There's navy blue. Navy blue is untradeable. I have a black one untradeable too. Net colors, 2,200 plus, 1.5 plus. That will basically go for 5K later in the evening. 2K plus, roughly 2K. Flame cannons, be ready to be disgusted. Extinct at 10K. I list it usually below that, just so I don't have EA up my butt. 8K, purple cannon. Red cannon, one on the market for 6K. That'll be extinct at 10K. Green, 5 to 10K. White, one for 3.2. The rest are 6, 7K. Same there. 7.7K for one. That'll be off the market at some point. That'll be 5K at some point today. 10K, I mean. 7, 8K for yellow. You see how insane it is? And those snipers are already selling, by the way. So what we're going to do, since we want to min-max as much as possible, I think Pale Tools allows you to do this as well. I'm going to use Foot Genie as an example when it comes to this. This is a pro menu grinder tip we're going to show you. When you log on, log in. All right, we're in. So we could list, but we'd have to move that range nonstop. They do remember the price? Okay. So since those are already selling, I can do two things. I can list at a price, and then every other item I can also list at that price for memory. Another way I can do it is if I don't even want to look up the price. If we didn't do that on console, we didn't want to do it on here, I should, in theory, where are they? Snipers, there it is. I should, in theory, be able to set the cheapest. And it's setting it to 700 because this is the cheapest within the hour. We were showing the cheapest they're going for within a few minutes selling. If we list it at 700, every time we hit list, it's going to be at the same price. Remember, those of you who've been around for at least a few months, when we made millions of coins on our Chemsal investments of Anchors, Shadows, and Hunters, we had to physically list this way because we had tens of thousands of consumables we had to deal with. If we had to do it by hand, it would have taken so long. So another thing to keep in mind, another reason why I like stacking the tradable packs, whenever you guys complain about SBC bans and being done for the day because of an SBC ban, I would highly encourage you guys to fill your transfer list before you start SBCs. That way you have things constantly selling and making you coins. But then when you get SBC banned for the day, or you're going to call it quits, try to have a full transfer list of stuff always selling. The nice thing with the jumbo golds is you'll always have stuff you can list. Tons and tons of items. Because what? Does the pack have 24 items in it total? Which I need to do a better job of listing this stuff in general. I open too many tradable packs that I always have stuff. I need to take time and sell, but then my tradable packs end up becoming hundreds. That's how we got the Primal Extrum so high. We did League SBCs for pure profit and built unlimited packs while saving the Primal Extrum. Alright, so that's 49. Now, let's do the crafting on here because it's going to show us our highest, actually. So we're going to use this as the example. We're going to open 10. How many 87 pluses can we get in 10? Saw at least one. Double promo card. So we got a Scream Hero, UWCL Prime Hero. We got 1, 2, 3 above 87 out of 10 packs. So if your expectation is to get 0 in this, and you kind of assume you're going to get 0, you want to play it low and say maybe 1 per 10, I could expect to get over 700 additional cards from these alone. Let's do that. 700 additional 87 pluses divided by 4. 700 divided by 4 is probably the bare minimum amount of... This is where it gets crazy. That's the bare minimum amount of provisions you could make instantly. Meaning what you pack, you put right back in. We're not mentioning all the gold rares below that that you could put right back into a player pick, put right back into an 85 double. All that just becomes even more insane. Make like 200 to 500k a day lazy selling popular Evo cards like Bale, or 9 or 10. Mbappe takes 10 to 20 minutes. It's also great. Yeah. Everyone has their own like trading / listing niche that works really well for them. We have people making 3 to 4k per special card. They list a full thing of 100 and they'll make over 100 sales in a day. That way, they'll maybe get like 10 within an hour, but then relist every hour. I sold Chelsea badge for 9.4k and Flamengo kit. Yeah, I didn't even mention the kits and badges and all that stuff. But I will say this. If you don't want to lose your sanity, I don't recommend you opening a single jumbo gold pack, looking at the price of each of those items, looking at the duplicates, looking at the price of each of those items, and then deciding what to do with it. I treat it how I used to do bronze pack method, which was assume I maybe miss out on a few coins at least. I just store one of each of those in the club. So if I didn't have a bronze common or bronze rare, I would always chuck it in the club, and then it was the duplicates I'd look at. The reason for that is if it's in your club, if you're getting a duplicate, it means it's already in your club. So you're not missing out on quick selling any of those. You get them in your club, but then when it comes to the side of it of looking at the duplicate ones, if you have a duplicate flame cannon for 10k, you know you have one in your club for 10k too. Now, it could be an untradeable one in your club that maybe you got along the way. I would try to find all those untradeable ones and quick sell those in your club, just so you can start storing the tradable ones then. But that helps so much. But when it comes to the jumbo gold, like any other grind, the more you do it, the more familiar you become with it. Back in the day when we used to do BPM, OG League SBCs, when the Bundesliga had a bunch of bronzes going for thousands, anytime you packed a Bundesliga card, you knew to look at what the price was because you had the context. A lot of you guys are missing the context, but we'll eventually have it with any grind. Does that make sense? Are you doing same up? I'm losing the will to live opening all these packs I've left from when I stopped. Hey, that's a good problem to have, brother. Just quick sell the entire jumbo gold pack. It's not worth spending that time to look at each individual item. But like the beauty of if you want to do both, if you have one of each in your club, you easily can quick sell them right away. But at any point in time later, you want to go in your club and research like we did, we can go back in and find those items and sell them. So it's like you can benefit from both. There's no one way to do it. No matter what you do, you miss out on stuff. You'll make infinitely more coins selling the things in the jumbo gold pack than you will quick selling them. You miss out on infinitely more packs on the menus. Spamming player picks, recycling. It's the trade-off. You can't do everything as efficient as possible. How many hours do you have in FC26? A lot. Less than 25 and 24 and 23 and 22 though. So today I was busy, went out and listed 100 cards, 5 to 12k per card. Just got back, did not hit relist once, and all 100 cards sold. Nice. In 23 I had 27 hours. This year I've got 16. It's been done. I have 281 on the PS4, and I have 1,196 on the PS5. So nowhere near previous year numbers. I used to have like 2 to 3k minimum, I feel like. And that's someone who has the ability to, since I work from home, like, theoretically, my system might be on throughout the day. Like, example, for, like, my lunch break, when I'm recording videos, I'm on my lunch break playing. If someone's in the office, they're not going home on their lunch break, hopping on the game. So, like, I have additional time in other areas where I'll play on my lunch, but then when I'm back from my lunch, when I'm hopping in meetings and other stuff, it might be physically on, but it's probably not even playing. Think about how many times we have it on when we're playing PC games, when we're watching movies, when we're doing other stuff, if we're AFK in squad battles. That's a lot of additional time. Yo, my method might be cooking and generating infinite coins, and you can open picks and packs. Let's hear it. Now I'm auto-opening silver packs on Pale Tools, trying to hit the Fleetwood left back I'm missing. Dude, I'm going to do the most degenerate stuff early game on FC27 to try to get every Sunderland card first owner. Things that make no sense to do, we'll be doing. Because the way I'm going to run my account this year that differs from next year that differs from this year is this year I bought all the Sunderland cards early. If we could pack stuff, we'd use it for Evos. But what I want to do this year is still have the Sunderland RTG. But how I'm going to essentially run it, since Evos will probably still be super overpowered, I can't Evo a card from Sunderland until I pack it first owner. So I can, if it's like a promo card, I can play with it, but I can't Evo it. I need to pack cards first owner. And what that does is it makes it more exciting when things are actually in packs to try to get it. But also when things aren't in packs or when things aren't as exciting on the menus or early on, not only are we focusing on making coins and finding packs where we can, the packs that are worse value make more sense. If Sunderland has Nilsson and Gulo as a 74 rated silver, and there's a jumbo silver players pack that's fully repeatable on the menus for a certain amount of like SBC points, I may overkill that or try to do as many of those as I can to try to get as many of the silvers early. I have only 250 across both PS4 and PS5 and 26. We don't count 25 and 24. But also, too, we don't technically count companion app and web app. So there's hours there to understand as well. Like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. See, getting Granit Xhaka first owner, we never were able to pack that card. Now, we were able to make like 4 different Evos that were better than this card with different versions of Xhaka. But I would love to have a first owner Xhaka card to be able to start Evoing. Now, will I stay with that rule forever? Maybe not. Maybe I change my mind. But what that allows me to do early is I'll have my Sunderland team. I'll run an RTG alongside of that where it's like players that I'm packing outside of Sunderland, meta cards I want to try out. I'll build the starter team and I'll build a team that we get to have fun with. At the same time, my Sunderland team's building up on the side. Craft 2 provisions open immediately. Recraft any non-league SBCs. Then do a league SBC. Buy missing cards needed. 18er mask club stock. League 1 Portugal. League Discar. With all due respect, Mango, I'm the biggest hypocrite for what I'm about to say. I do not consider the premium mixed league a grind right now. It's the thing that's so easy to make coins in packs that people just get so sick and bored of it, especially when it comes to buying those cards, that it works so well when you're in it, but it's also so exhausting. If you continue to do that for the next few weeks, GG's to you, brother. That sounds like torture right now. Again, that's me saying it. And I'm the biggest supporter of it. Can't lie, the whole new point system seems awful in my opinion, but I think they will still have some SBCs normal. If SBCs require just points, then I doubt it'll be anywhere near as good as the old FIFAs. I think it has the ability to be great and awful at the same time. It's going to very much depend on the SBCs that come out. I think there's going to be player SBCs that are released that are just the most horrific value you've ever seen. I think there's going to be some repeatables that are horrible value too. I also think EA is going to add some that are just absolutely insane value and the recyclability is crazy. I don't think there's going to be consistency with it. I think the point system will forever change based on fodder prices too. Because, like, in theory, that's going to give value to fodder. But what happens when they start releasing a crap ton of promo packs tradable and the price of fodder goes super cheap? Like, in theory, if a 80 rated gold is worth double what a 75 is, you'd think an 80 rated would be worth more. But if there's endlessly spammed tradable packs on the market where there's a bunch of bare minimum ratings in there, constantly being packed, how much more value will it really have? Now, that'll be really nice early on. I'm going to do a bunch of methods where we're mass bidding on like 75 to 80 rated cards and seeing how much those things sell for within the hour, seeing how their price changes and fluctuate depending on marquee matchups and other things. I think those are going to be fantastic investments and ways to make coins. Is the points amount for each player dynamic? All bronzes are worth 10 points a piece, no matter the rating. All silvers are worth 20 points, no matter the rating. 75s are worth 50. Up to 80s worth 100. In between, I think there's like, I don't know how many point difference is. The golds have all a different one. Informs have a different price to it. Promo cards will have a different price to it. It scales super high. So it's like a 91 will have a crazy amount of points. So there'll be things where it's like, for example, if we're dealing with a dupe storage now, late game SBCs could be super overpowered. If we're putting a bunch of 96 dupe footies into this, it could be much easier to recycle these things late game. But also think about that for League SBCs too. Let's say League SBCs, let's say we got the premium mix right into the game within like a month or two. It may be the case we don't actually have to put 11 cards in for each section of the SBC. And if we get 2 tradable packs, 3 untradable, that could be a really good grind. However, it most likely will be the case if we have a repeatable. It'll be a single SBC and there won't be multiple sections. I don't think we'll see, unless it's like a classic SBC, I don't think we'll see multiple point sections, if that makes sense, which means we may not have like a repeatable menu grind with tradable packs to make liquid coins, but there are already crazy workarounds you could potentially do. For example, back in the day when we used to do the Libertadores League SBC grind, when it used to be primarily just one league, like the Libertadores League was its own league, other leagues were own leagues, we would mass bid on silver lib cards for 250, 300 to 350 coins. And throughout the day, every single one basically would sell for 500 to 800 plus within the hour. So not only would we mass bid to fill them in the club to do the SBCs whenever we wanted, all the duplicates we were getting, we were just selling for pure profit. If we could do the same thing for points, right? Let's say each day we just got on an hour after new content when they had all their promo packs get released, and we noticed there was a flood of 80 plus rated cards hitting the market. We could mass bid 300 coins on a bunch of 80s. That may as well be 600 plus coins throughout the day because they're needed for the SBC. Same kind of logic applies there though. If we're storing one in the club and let's say selling it for double the coins, we just paid for the one we put in our club, which means it might be like 5 to 10 minutes of bidding could make us like 25 to 50k. It also could make us a bunch of SBC packs within very little time of grinding. So all that being said, it has the ability to be crazy good, and it has the ability to be crazy bad. It's all about how EA engages with it. So will the team of the week, team of season requirements from SBCs get chalked if I don't see how it works, they included? There might be some. The EA said they hold the right to essentially, they can make something the old point system if they want. Like, I assume marquee matchups and those sort of things are staying with like the You need this required in the squad. You might need chemistry or this and that. But a majority of the SBCs are going to be points related. You need X amount of points. Have you seen any of the screenshots at all from the Ultimate Team trailer or the beta? It shows some like pack examples in there if you're interested to see what it looks like. There is a limit though, and I'll explain what the limit is. When you do SBCs, right, you could have a player of the month Mbappe that is potentially able to be done with all bronzes. It's going to take a crap ton of bronzes compared to like maybe gold cards, but you could potentially do it if EA allows it. Because some of them, they'll say you can use only a minimum of 75 rated. But past that, how it gets even crazier is the SBC itself can only take 30 cards at a time. So my question is this. If you can only submit 30 cards at a time and I put 30 bronzes in, and it's going to put progress towards, like, let's say an Mbappe player of the month, is that count as a SBC use? The same way we have SBC soft bans, where is it going to be counterintuitive to do lower end cards if that counts as a use? If it doesn't count as a use and you can continue building up, it could be the case where it's like you could find a method where you can put a lot of points in to a player SBC without it counting as a daily SBC use. We don't know. Sorry, I've already asked this today, but up to what rating should I submit cards into the 85 plus player pick? That's completely up to you. I personally do up to 84 for 85 doubles and 85 player pick. Sorry, Mumbo, I just used the coin I earned from your method to buy the FUTTIES kits. I really like the pink and purple. I'm not gay. You can spend the coins on whatever you want as long as it's not Newcastle cards. Want to see what EA does with packs in general. Every rare pack is gone, which means rewards must contain worse packs or they'll increase minimum ratings or give us more cards. I think there's a lot of things to look forward to or things that could suck. Another thing is like the rare quick sell value. If there's no rare or common rarity anymore, if it's just one rarity for bronzes, silvers, and golds, what does quick sell value mean? People on the beta said that most cards quick sell for around 300 coins, which makes me think, at least for the 75 rateds in the like kind of low end golds, we could see 300 coin bidding potentially be a method still. If that's the case and you can bid 300 on, let's say, an 80 rated, there's no minimum amount they are trying to force you into. Like if they're not going to make it where it's like the minimum you can list in 80 plus is 600, we could be absolutely cooking, or they could destroy it. Same thing applies with like quick sell value of stuff in general. If we have a jumbo gold pack, right? I'll open a jumbo gold pack right now as the example. If I open a jumbo gold pack, what's so great about the quick sell value is the players will have like 300 apiece. If it's a gold rare, it's like 600 plus usually, or around a little less than 600 maybe. I can't remember exactly. But the consumables have to be nerfed. The consumable quick sell price for rare consumables, like look at the kit here. This Fulham kit probably sells, maybe. But even if it didn't, let's assume it didn't, that's 485 coins for that Fulham kit. What happens if there's no rarities and every single consumable has a higher quick sell value now? I would assume they'd have to move it down and every consumable has a lower quick sell value, because otherwise, what's going to happen? But also with consumables then, if the golds, the silvers, and the bronze players don't have rarities, are we going to have rarities for consumables, kits, and badges? If not, what does that mean for pack weight for stuff? Same thing that they were talking about in chat earlier, is if it's all the same rarity, we're probably going to see more rating-based things. Think about like player picks and stuff like that. You won't need a minimum amount of rares, but then you can get away with using some commons. You'll probably just have to use a certain amount of points or meet a certain threshold. Yeah, I get you, Mumbo. But you know how we have a rare players pack now, having only gold rares, pulling out of that pool, 27, the pack pulls out of the full pool, and you could pack 12 cards in that. Yeah. Another thing to consider, too, is basically every single person who buys a crap ton of FIFA points early on and makes content and quick sells the stuff in there to make a bunch of coins, like Bateson and all them, they're basically going to get less than half the coins they were getting before when it comes to quick sell value of a ton of stuff. Which is going to be very interesting to see how many liquid coins they can actually make grinding that way. Look at that, 5K, we saved a bunch of items. FC27 will be wild, the SBC system and everything. Yep. And like, I don't know about you guys, whether or not it's better or worse, it's what's going to happen. And people are going to need to learn about it. I'm going to need to learn about it. You guys are going to need to learn about it. There's going to be tips and tricks we can do. There's going to be things as a community we find out that become super overpowered. It's going to, I feel like, add a life to the game that we've been missing for so long when it comes to menu content. I would argue pack weight will probably still suck, and the value of stuff may not be as good, and that could be a huge problem, absolutely. But I'm still excited nonetheless. That's really exciting to think about all the potentials. Think about, for example, exchanges. When we got exchanges in the game for FC24, when they first became a thing, remember when we got it at Black Friday time? It was a gold players pack for a single 85, I believe, was the first thing we ever got. When 85s were worth something. It was like, oh, this doesn't seem like good value. What is this? I don't think that's worth doing. What's the point of this? We didn't realize what was going to come later. Then when they released the 85 exchange, 86 exchange, 87, 88, and 89, and the packs to it, people's initial thoughts weren't that these are really good. People's initial thoughts were, with the price of fodder, why the hell am I buying a pack that has a bunch of gold commons? What does this do for me that's any good? Then, shortly after that, it became a thing where it's like, oh, what if I use this pack to craft another pack? That's probably useful. Wait a second. Instead of buying the highest rated or the lowest rated, let me see the price of fodder at the time versus the amount of cards we get in the pack and min-max what's the best value. Some days it's 86s are the best. Some days it's 88s. If I buy like 100 of those 88s and I make a bunch of those packs for recycle, and there's a 84 plus player pick on the menus with 2 tradable 84 plus team of the week player pick with 2 tradable packs in it, we could not only get additional provisions from the player pick itself or keep it if we didn't want to use the team of the week in our club, the liquid coins we were getting would almost always surpass the amount we started with. So we were able to make unlimited coins off of just literally buying fodder. And it was a win-win system because if you bought it at a certain price, if it was cheap and it was good value, as an investment, it would almost basically always go up because people would want it because you could make pure profit from the packs. Therefore, anything you didn't use for the packs, you could sell back to the market for pure profit. Think of it right now with like 87s and 88s. People will do crazy buy nows for these cards because they're buying out to keep doing exchange fodder. If you're bidding a bunch of 700, 750, 800s, you might not win every single card, but you get a ton of them. You can make crazy cards just listing those in the market, depending on who you're selling to. So it's like, I would have never expected that sort of grind to be in the game, exchanges in the first place. Then it took a year after that to not get them at the same time, for EA to then wait for FC25 to bring them back until the last months of the game. We're like, what the heck, EA? This was such a cool feature. We no longer have it. We now relied on that as a menu grind. It brought so many people into the menus for the first time. What the heck? This is worse. Then we got the packs late game for exchanges. And the packs, even though you needed 4 players, that was a complaint. Why do we have to put 4 cards in instead of 1? This is stupid. But then FUTTIES happened and you had the best of the release. In the 88 exchange, you could put higher than 88 eventually. But at first you could only put the exact rating, which sucked. But eventually when they moved it to be bare minimum rating, you could use higher. You'd get an 8320 for the 88 exchange. You put in 4 88 pluses, you'd get more than 4 back. And you just endlessly would cycle those, and it was the greatest thing ever. They took that away this year. So now we're looking at it and we're like, we didn't realize how good we had it. The menu grind was so good. Same thing can apply next year. They might come up with a new system on top of this point thing that makes the menu grind crazier than ever. And we're going to think to ourselves, I can't believe there was ever a time before this that we did anything else. Think of the premium mix this year and last year. We've made millions of coins, tens of millions of coins. past few years on the premium mix. We used to say the same thing about League SBCs back in the day. I miss doing XYZ with the Libertadores League SBC. I used to miss BPM with the CSL League. We're going to look back in the next game and be like, dang man, Mumbo, remember when you used to do the premium mix and you'd make like an easy 10,000 plus coins per run on the tradable packs? That was so overpowered. I wish we had that now. It's always going to happen. You just got to learn to enjoy it in the moment. Hope for better in different things, but also hope for variety, because you never know. Something you never tried before might be the greatest thing ever. I think all of us just assume the game's going to get worse and worse. Could you imagine a reality where EA somehow turns their game around and it genuinely becomes super amazing gameplay, super amazing pack weight, super amazing menu grind, balanced in many different ways? It sounds like a fairy tale, but like, that is a reality that could happen. Will it happen? Probably not. You got a quick sell soft, man? I completely forgot that was a thing, yeah. Which also makes rewards worse, and packing good cards will be even harder. Maybe still live? The dedication? I mean, we've only been live for like 3 hours. Saturday we did like 8.5. Alright, should I make a bowl of popcorn and we keep grinding, boys? It's either I end the stream and I eat popcorn and watch a movie, or I make popcorn now, I walk away for like 2 minutes to do it, and then we eat popcorn while we grind the menus. Up to you guys. I'm down for whatever. Because I know UK, it's starting to get late. But I also know, I think you should get some rest. I'd still grind. Good night, boys. People want unlimited 84, 85 10s. I'm simple. I just want an unlimited silver and players back. That's like the thing too, right? Think about how sick we all were waiting for exchanges to come. And even though the exchange wasn't exactly what we wanted, how happy we were for 2 seconds that we had that even in the game. Then think about when we had the 84 plus player pick. It wasn't as good in terms of pack weight of what we wanted, but the unlimited pack ability was great from it. When they took it from us, we were sick to our stomachs because the 85 plus pick was horrible. Now we're kind of waiting on the 8410 unlimited. Once we get the 8410 unlimited, the pack weight's not going to be good in that either. We're going to be waiting for the 8510. We're always going to be waiting for the next thing. How many player picks have you spammed today? Probably a few hundred would be my guess. Grind. All right, give me like 3 minutes. If you guys have to take a piss, get something to eat, feel free to do so. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I'm just going to make the popcorn real quick. But yeah, keep yourselves entertained. Alright, we're back. Be back. You think a promo card would be worth a lot and thus make it points totally extremely high? For reality, the colors poop. With the simple fact that the card being worth a lot of points makes it expensive. That's the thing though, right? Imagine discard, special card trading, flipping, investing, the additional value that has. Also too, think about it from a catalog perspective. When you pack those items yourself, it has even more value in your own catalog. But even if you bid on them and put them in your club, or snipe them and put them in your club, whenever you choose to sell it, the action of you doing that gave your catalog value, and you're getting additional points and rewards for it. So, if you can do that, other people can do that. Think about how many leagues they're going to do it for. Bronzes, silvers, golds. In my head, I go to like Prem Silvers. How many people are going to want to buy Prem Silvers and Bronzes, not only to use for their teams and Evos? That's another thing too. Can you take a gold card, or maybe a bronze or silver, and put it in a free Evo that gets you a decent amount of rating, and turn that into a card that gives you a crap ton of points for an SBC? What's the value of that versus a promo card? Those could have additional things to be useful for as well. Many possibilities. Endless possibilities. It's 2.5. You have insomnia. It's because you've been grinding too much, dude. Why am I doing newest? Let's just do low to high. Could you imagine informer special card trading, where maybe you're sniping them or bidding on the market to try to make like 500 to 1,000 coins per card, but also by doing so, you're able to win a ton. You're able to store one in your club that maybe gives you like, I mean, let's use quick sell values this year as the point example. If you gold rare bidded versus gold common bidded, the value of the gold common, you might be bidding 300 versus 600 for the gold rare. That might be each of the cards' values too. If you did that with Team of the Weeks and they had like a 10k point value, that's infinitely more than any gold bidding. But if you sniped 5 to 10 cards, you stored one in your club, you sold the others for 500 to 1,000 coins each, profit, you could pay for the majority of the card that you just put in your club. If there's an SBC in the menus where if you put a Team of the Weekend, maybe it gets you a tradable pack within just that one, you could theoretically, even if you're not getting all your coins back, gamble the difference that you might get something good and just spam those in bulk over time, hoping you inevitably hit something. There's a bunch of different things you could potentially do. That could be overpowered. But with that in mind, let's go off of kind of what we've been talking about today versus the 84 player pick. 84 player pick's the more perfect example of that alone is more infinitely repeatable than the 85 plus player pick or the 85 double. However, if you build up any amount of coins, you build up any amount of packs, and if you build up any amount of fodder, i.e. next year playing the game, doing a little basic trading tips here and there, doing SBCs for pure profit if we get league SBCs and other things, doing some trading stuff along the way, playing games game bonus packs, objective packs that you open over time, you could have a scenario where even though like an SBC might be limited in nature in terms of what you get in it, might not be easy to put back in, you could maybe spam a repeatable SBC like crazy and not really lose too much at the end of the day. Best start back to buy and try to get 99s, 600k one. If the 600k one is the one that gives you 2 FUTTIES player picks in there, then yeah. It's like a bunch of cards, and then one of them's a FUTTIES guaranteed player pick, and then one with a potential icon in it. Do I open some 80 times 5s or sauce every pack? I try to, as best as possible, get my provisions as low as possible before I ever touch a 80 plus times 5 personally. You don't necessarily need to do it that way. I just like doing it. How long on average you stream for during FUTTIES? Usually Mondays I never stream at all because I have football Monday nights. Tuesdays, I mean, it'll be different when my Bible study starts back up in about a month. But like as of right now, hour and a half, 2 hours on Tuesdays. Wednesdays, it's family dinner night, so I'm usually only live for like an hour or so. Thursdays will usually be like hour and a half to 2 hours. Usually like the weeknights when we are live, like 2 hours max. Today's a little longer because we don't have anything going on. But weekends, normally we stream a little longer. So like Friday nights, depending, I may not be live if I'm gone for the weekend or I have stuff going on. But if I have no plans, we'll do a long stream. Saturdays, we're able to start way sooner than what I'm able to during the work week. So like we'll usually be live shortly after new content. I'll get like a bunch of my stuff done in the morning that I need to, and then go live after new content. And then depending on what I have going on Sundays, there may or may not be a stream or a long stream. So like I'll go to church in the morning, Some weeks I have children's ministry, so I might be having that for a few hours on top of church, and then grocery shopping and all that stuff. So there's some weekends where, again, I maybe no stream at all on a Sunday or a 5-hour stream. It also depends on what's out. When there's really no good repeatable SBC, no like fun menu grind, we're not gonna stream or grind as hard as like right now. So much good info, but I'm short on golds. I don't know if I should quick sell the packs I received from the tombs to keep for SBC. When you say you're running low on golds, do you have any other packs right now too? Like we have all our 80 plus sums 5s and the other things. List out like the pack numbers you have with stuff. Because you said like if you should quick sell the T1 or T2 packs, have you built those out? Do you have like 25 jumbo golds? Do you have this and that? Because when you say you're running low on golds, is it because you haven't opened these packs yet? Is it you have liquid coins and you're out of packs and you haven't put the liquid coins into anything? Could be a million different things. Ban got lifted? W. I have 2 million coins and no more packs to open. I always end up short at the end of the day. Is there ever been a time where you've done the premium mixed league upgrade? Out of curiosity. No. It's even easier to make coins in packs than the 95 plus player pick. You can make so many coins right now on it if coins are ever something you wanted to get. However, I would ask you this question. If you were someone that missed out on me saying for the last week to build up 80 plus times 5s, build up fodder just in case the 85 plus player pick wasn't as good as the 84 plus, you could at any point in time take any your 2 million coins you have. You could mass bid on 87s, 88s, and build out like, let's say 50 provisions, right? Let's say you spend in less than 1,000 coins on each 87 and 88. We won a ton on bid this morning for 800 coins. You spend less than 4K per one of those. You do 50. It's cost you what, 200K to get 50? It'd be much harder to run out daily on top of all your dailies if you just gave yourself 50 to start with and then kind of built the way we're building. You're gonna have a lot more back and forth, if that makes sense. If I can only make 4 85 pluses, player picks per repeatable provision, let's say I get an average 1 85 86 from the player picks, is there any alternative to buy more? Only make 4 85 pluses picks per repeatable. Let's say I get an average 1 85 86 from your player picks. So this is where you gotta cut out pack weight altogether. If your footies duplicates are taking up a lot of your dupe storage, and you want to start doing the 95 plus, but you don't have like any 85s or 86s because you're only doing the player pick, that's mainly the only place you're getting them, you got 2 options there. You either have provision packs that you have saved up that you can start spamming open. They'll get you some 85s and 86s, also some 84s you could filter in, especially the 88 rated pack section here. However, what I would recommend is I'd get off the player pick for a short time and maybe build like 10 to 25, maybe 50, 85 doubles, just so that you can get more natural 85s and 86s worst case scenario, right back into your club. And then go right back to the player pick. Never end up having hundreds of packs like you. With all due respect, I hope you don't have as many packs as I do, because I'm a degenerate. That's with all due respect for myself. I'm being harsh on myself. But you're not grinding in the same way that I am to make the packs, it sounds like. I don't know what you're doing. It sounds like you're doing something different. You've never done a premium mix before. That was a very crucial step early on, which you're missing out on. It doesn't sound like you're provisioning pack and building out crafting upgrades as you spam them open. And the reason it sounds like you weren't doing that was because you didn't have many packs to begin with the grind. So it's another thing you're missing out on. Doesn't sound like you're thinking of quick selling the Jumbo Gold Pack instead of the crazy coins you can make on selling items in the Jumbo Gold Pack. Sounds like you're doing that different. It sounds like you have all these additional coins at any point in time you could put back theoretically into the grind because you can afford it. And not only would you never run out of packs if you did that, your coins would probably get higher than what it started with because of how much of a grind you'd be able to do on the menus. So if I was in your exact shoes, I wouldn't even mess around with the premium mix. That's probably way too much to learn, and it's a little less of the kind of grind you want to do right now. If I had 2 million and I didn't care what I was doing with that, I'd honestly buy out like 100 provisions and start doing it kind of the way we've been doing it and go from there. That would be my scenario that I do. You don't even need Genie too, but if you have it, it's going to be even easier to do daily grind. So I have a question. If we have the provisions, let's say they refresh on Thursday and it's the exact same thing, should I just like run an experiment and like buy out 1,000 provisions or something crazy and just have like fun that way? Like, we don't need them. We're never going to run out of provision packs or craftings anyways. Is it worth it to put any coins into them? Like, I feel like they just take a lot of time to try to win the cards. Trying to get 1,500 exchanges, bro. I'm up to 800. My brain is fried. It gets bored and tired of doing SBCs. I miss the old me where I never got bored. Throw on stream, throw on Netflix, throw on YouTube. Take a break, go for a walk. Change the exact type of grind you're doing. Go from a player pick to 85 double. Foot Genie to Pale Tools. Go up to Companion app. Mix it up a little bit. Bro, I've been learning a lot with your content. I've been playing Foot for a couple of weeks now. It's been fun. Hey, it's awesome. Got my treadmill and never go outside during the winter, bro? Heck yeah. My walking pad additional accessories came today. I got a mat to put under now, and then I have like a dust blower thing for if I ever get any more carpet sucked up in it and dust sucked up in it to make sure it's staying away from the walking pad's engine thingamajig. Mega, another thing to say to you, brother. Another thing to consider is, like, obviously the grind can change from week to week, right? We saw that, for example, with the 85 plus player pick and the 84. But if you had 2 million coins And you could, let's say 87, 88s you could get for 1,000 coins. Easily could get a lot for 1,000. If you're spending 4K per one there, what's the math for 2 million divided by 4K? If you made that many, let's say, provisions, you would never run out for the rest of the game. You'd make coins from the tradable packs. You don't even have to go that crazy. We'll probably get an 8410 unlimited soon. We'll probably maybe get a better exchange. We'll get other things that are better. Have fun now while you're on the game. Use the coins to help you out if there's no like promo card you want to buy or stuff like that. I don't know how to get them so cheap. Did you watch our video today? We got majority of them have 0 bids under a minute. Is there any point in doing the 1 of 4 95 pick just to continue, or just continue with the 1 of 3 repeatable one? What packs are in it? I guess if it's like a few times a day, it has a jumbo gold pack in it, go for it. You could in theory do the ones that are a few times a day, or maybe once a day, or a few times a week. I just like the fully repeatable one because the math is easy. You're getting in the same pack and you can do as much times as you want. I have 70 exchanges. Scared to open them? Why are you scared? The more exchanges you open, the more 80 pluses you'll make. 80 plus times 5s. The more 80 plus times 5s you make, the more exchanges you'll make. While also making player picks or 85 doubles. Don't be scared of something good. I'm scared to run out of them. Okay. Let's talk about this scaredness you have. Explain to me what you mean by your fear of running out of provisions. Let's walk this through. Not like, I'm afraid I'm going to run out of packs. If you would theoretically run out of provisions, what would that mean? If you opened 70 exchanges, how many player picks would you be making? How many crafting upgrades would you be making? Or how many 85 doubles would you be making? And how many crafting upgrades would you be making? Start doing the math. That's my only goal until 27 is to pack someone crazy like Maradona or Pini. I don't know. I could buy them, but because they're so cheap, $20, but I really enjoy the grind. Spent like 60 hours. And that's the fun part for me too. I could buy most of them by like grinding it. So like I said, you have the coins at any point in time. If you feel like you're getting low or you're uncomfortably low or you want to build up a foundation because you didn't have it before, you absolutely could use coins to do that. You don't have to send them all in. You could do just a few if you wanted to. You could build up some daily stuff if you wanted to. It's completely up to you. The option's there. I'm scared to lose my hair. Then exchanges. I had 350 exchanges last season. I couldn't open them because I'm scared to run out of them. I would say whenever you're scared, just understand what you're putting them into, what you're making, what's coming out of it, and just calculate the math so that you understand how many packs or picks it truly is. Architects are going for 1,000 in the hour. Is that PS4, PS5, or is that Xbox PS5 market? We scared? Jesus loves you. Amen, brother. That's not sweet. Are architects common? Or are they rare? Rarity. They're common, right? We have just under 700 of them. So we have 700k right here. Most people would have quick sold this for like 26k. We're going to make 700k coins. So when you see me on stream next time, or like throughout the week, and you see I'm up hundreds of thousands of coins randomly, these are the sort of reasons why, by the way. You spent some of your coins on the weekend? I spent 8 million coins on promo packs. Yes. But I promised Chad I'd try to work back up to 15 mil before I started spamming promo packs again. But yeah, when we flex the premium mix so much, when we flex the 95 plus because of the jumbo gold pack for each, the 95 plus and premium mix, this is what we're flexing more than anything. No point pre-ordering the big edition FC27. I still get the ultimate edition one. I pre-ordered the most expensive one already. And I will be putting Loic Remy right into my Prem starter squad. Hoping and praying to pack a few Sunderland cards first owner right off the rip that I can start evoing. But then building an RTG around Remy and the other ones early days. I would do Akinfenwa, but I feel like it'd be difficult to have Akinfenwa be on good terms with Sunderland players around him. If you don't know, Sunderland's the team that ended Akinfenwa's professional footballing career. His last game was the playoff final for League One, Wickham versus Sunderland, and Sunderland absolutely decimated them. Akinfenwa came on in the last like 20 minutes, and there were very few moments in my life I was genuinely scared. When we had a little lead and he came on, I'm like, oh gosh, it's gonna happen. He's gonna body someone and score just like an absolute screamer, and it's gonna be the biggest meme ever that Sunderland didn't get promoted because of Akinfenwa. I know it's time to open some promo packs. Explaining about the Mbappe and pointing out silvers with the SBC tokens. Silvers and bronzes are going to be extinct. I really want, if BPM is a thing next year, especially early on, BPM's always a thing. What am I saying? I love BPM over the years. I love silver bidding over the years. I love gold bidding over the years. I love League SBCs over the years. I want to find some sort of grind that makes like no sense on the surface to want to do, but would be so fun to do. Like if they would allow bronzes into like an Mbappe player of the month, I'd want to do the math behind it. And if we theoretically had bronzes worth 10 points and it took like 10,000 bronzes to get Mbappe done, I would go for it. I feel like that'd be so fun. But again, remember, we gotta figure out, are SBC bans going to be a thing next year? Not in the sense of they're removing SBC bans, but if submitting points into an SBC doesn't complete it, and it only counts as an SBC once you've completed something, how's that going to affect the market? if you can only put 30 cards in at once, if I put 30 bronzes in constantly, are they going to restrict how many 30 squads I can do a day or within a period? Or is none of that going to count until I finish the SBC? If that's the case, we could endlessly put cards in until we complete an SBC, and that could be really OP. And the reason why that could be really OP is we will find a min-max method. For example, I'll put you on game that usually works each year for marquee matchups. With the point system now, I think marquee matchups will still be old-fashioned, but daily SBCs too could be old-fashioned. But let me put you on game. We had a thing called, it's a silver common method, but we called it the silver center back method. Essentially, the first few weeks of the game, what we'd do is we'd find times where every single silver is worth 200 coins within the hour usually. We'd mass bid 150 so that we were guaranteed 50 coins per card. But every single card we'd put in the club, we'd be bidding 150. We would have to sell 3 cards. With EA tax, you'd have to sell 4 to be in profit in order to justify putting the card in your club. So if you bid on 5 cards, you store 1, you sell 4, in theory, you're making profit and you're putting things in your club. The more we would do this, or the more coins we had, we wouldn't necessarily care about putting just few in our club. We'd store everything, and then the duplicates we'd sell for pure profit. That's how we would originally club stock. And then past that, we found certain positions where they'd be more useful for daily SBCs for marquee matchups, because if it was 11 players needed in the formation, regardless of what the formation is, there's always a goalkeeper and there's always center backs. So we'd invest in all the center backs and all the goalkeepers. They were very easy to flip to double and triple your coins. Now, could you imagine that with, let's say, not even just silvers? Imagine doing that with gold rares or just golds in general. Let's say you could mass bid 300 coins on 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80 rated cards. And you could flip most of those within the hour for 400, 500 coins. Not quite doubling your coins, but a lot of those go for at least something because people want them for points. Well, if we can use the higher rated ones that go for more points, we could, in theory, mass bid on these, store a few of the higher rated ones in the club, sell the rest for pure profit, and have points at the same time within a few minutes of doing that. You do that daily throughout a week, you could take out huge chunks of a Player of the Month SBC and a huge Mbappe SBC, a gamble pack, just doing different kind of daily grinds like that. Tons of different opportunities next year that I'm excited for. Softman is, I'm pretty sure, always been somewhat a part of the game. There's just been very few reasons to ever get soft banned in the past. I'm trying to think if when I spammed BPM and bronze upgrades, if I ever got SBC banned. I'm pretty sure I did back in the day. Didn't Romania tweet there's a player limit per SBC? He did, but context is needed. There's a 30 player limit per SBC in the sense of what you can submit at one time. You don't have to have all the points fit into 30 cards. You can only fit 30 cards in at once. So if I have 30 bronzes, that's only going to do what? Is that 300 points? If Mbappe's 100,000 points, that's going to up the amount of points it was out of that, and then I can submit another group of 30. Unless he's tweeted something past that, and we have, like, an additional thing. Now with Pale Tools, the ban is more harsh, even on console. What do you mean, Giannis? What do you mean by that? Now with Pale Tools, the ban is more harsher. Nothing's changed with it. We just approach the limits more easily. SBCs weren't as grindable in the past. We're doing more SBCs now than ever. This is the reason for the SBC ban. What is the daily limit, though? That's a good question. If we had an exact answer, we could give it to you. In theory, there's a daily limit on console for 300. There's a 300 limit on web app, and there's a 300 limit on companion app. If we go past that, in theory, there's a 90 SBC limit per hour. However, the reason I say in theory, I could do 90 SBCs theoretically within an hour on PS5, hop to the PS4, do another 90, or if we wanted to say throughout the day, do 300 a day on PS5, 300 a day on PS4, 300 on companion app, 300 on web app. However, there's a PS4, PS5 method where if you get web app banned, if I did 300 SBCs for the day on the web app, but I hopped onto the PS4 and submitted an SBC, in theory, I could do another 300 SBCs on web app. Then when I get banned on the web app again, in theory, you can do the PS5, PS4 method, where you hop to the PS5 version, submit a single SBC. Now you have access to do another 300 on the web app. Same thing with the companion app. After you've done the additional 600 on the web app, if you hop to the companion app, you get SBC banned on the companion app, you go submit an SBC on PS4, you get access to another 300 on the companion app. When you get companion app banned again, in theory, you go to the PS5, submit a single SBC, you're able to do another 300 on there. And since you did that, you're probably also not SBC banned on PS5 or PS4, so you could do back and do another 300 on each. I think SBC ban is very much needed. It keeps the gamers more engaged. Yes and no. We all don't want the SBC ban because it affects how we're grinding. Imagine if there was just complete bots that were grinding your account all day, all night, 24/7. Not your account, though. Coin selling accounts, SBC accounts. That's not a good outcome. You would hope those sort of accounts would be things that EA would ban and keep extensions. But it becomes a very murky thing once you have to address something like that. It's not as easy as we want it to be. Got a BlueStack emulator for running an Android app, and sometimes get the ban on Android on my phone. iOS don't get the ban. So that's an even deeper degen method that I didn't even touch yet. Is people will on their computer or on Androids download the emulator apps where you can download apps on the App Store. So in theory, you could be on the web app on your computer, download a Android companion app to do another 300 plus on the Android companion. It's wild. There are people last year who literally would do that. They would buy emulators or download emulators to do additional SBCs. You submit 94s only from storage and exchanges or almost. You can start by doing just dupe storage ones. However, what you'll realize is your dupe storage is in your dupe storage because you already have it in your club. Which means if you only get rid of it in your dupe storage, it's going to go right back to your dupe storage. So getting rid of them in your club too is useful. Obviously use restraints when needed. If you want enough FOFs and team the seasons for the next day, whether it's dupe storage or in your club, keep those. But in general, all that crap that you're never going to play with, you're never going to put into player SBCs, you're never really going to use, but you feel like you're kind of wasting it because you're holding on to it, make more packs. Because you're going to get them right back. You're going to make more player picks. You're going to get more footies. You're going to make more player SBCs off the footies. You're going to make more 95 plus off the footies. I personally don't use the Android one, so not sure. The SBC on PS4 got banned and didn't got my ban lifted on Pale Tools. Why? Because you probably have to do it on the PS5. You have to switch back and forth between them. Some days I have to start on the PS4, some days I have to start on the PS5. And sometimes it just doesn't work some days. It almost sometimes feels completely random. The same way that some days it feels like you do a million SBCs on console. Like, we've been all stream without an SBC ban. There's times within 5 minutes I feel like I get an SBC ban. I don't have a PS5, I told you a billion times. So Giannis, if you told me a billion times, we're talking specifically about a method where you have to switch between the PS4 and PS5. You can't do the PS4, PS5 method if you don't have the PS4, PS5. It's not a console method. It's a PS4, PS5 method. Does that make sense? Because you're switching between versions of a game. You're not switching between versions of the game if you only have one version of the game. That's why when we talk about companion app, web app, console, and specifically each version of console, they're different for that reason. Otherwise, if they were the same, you'd be SBC banned on both whenever you got SBC banned on one. We're separate entities. You can switch between Xbox X, Xbox One 2. Still works that way. That's good to know. I have no idea how the Xboxes work because I don't have one, but I guess if that's true, then yeah, same thing will work on there. The people who really get screwed over are PC because they don't have access to any other one. Actually, having Foot Genie during the 8220s on Team of the Year last year. I had it. I had Pale Tools last year for it. I would just sit there and do. That was crazy. Mumbo, would I be okay to put 89s in exchange too? As I was keeping them in dupe storage for players I wanted 95 plus PPs. All I'm putting is 87s and 88s. Can I ask why you've only been doing 87s and 88s? Just keeping them in dupe storage for players. No, explain what you mean by that, though. Is there a specific player SBC that you were trying to do? I don't understand why you want coins if you're not going to use them. Are you talking to me, Giannis? No, just one if one comes I want to do right now. Nothing as in... Who else? Giannis. I don't understand why you want coins if you're not going to use them. Giannis, you know what we've said? Like 5,000 times this stream already? You made a comment how you've told me 5,000 times about only having PS4. You know what we've talked about 5,000 times this stream and is also on screen right now? Our 99s. Remember how we got our 99s, Giannis? You've heard this conversation 1,000 times. We spent 8 million coins on promo packs. 8 million coins. Is that using coins? I meant use them off screen. The fuck are you talking about? Give me an example. What if you had 13 million coins? What are you using off stream versus on stream? I'm opening promo packs for content on stream. What would you like me to do off stream with them? I'm all ears. He means off. He means off stream. He means when we're not live. Do something with them. I'm assuming he's gonna say something like, "Why don't you just like buy a player worth millions and put them in your team?" I'm going to answer that right now. How often do we buy players ever and play gameplay with them? We never do both those things. So why would I combine them? Buy 99 Elise? Okay. So we're going to buy a 99 Elise. And we're going to what? We're going to show people that we have them in our team when we sit on the menus and open packs. Or are you saying off stream, I'm going to play gameplay when off stream I'm not playing gameplay, I'm just grinding packs? What are we yapping about, dude? You don't think I would have bought every card in the game by now that was super expensive that I'd want to play with? I could do that at any point. We literally don't care. George, sorry, buddy. I would do this one fix. Let me say ready in chat if you're listening, okay? I'm going to change your life. Make it very easy on yourself. Stop saving every crap card hoping that there's a player SBC you eventually do. What you're going to do instead is you're going to submit all 87s to 94 rateds that you feel comfortable with that aren't like cards you play with. Don't think about it from a fodder perspective. If you want to save maybe FOFs or Team of the Seasons, all for that. If it's a 94 all the way down to an 87, all of them go into exchanges. You might hear that and be like, what's the point of that? Your dupe storage is constantly going to fill up, so you're going to have a hard time opening packs if you don't do that otherwise. But you're going to pack so many footies cards that you're not going to know what to do with them. At any point, you can mix 95, 96, 97 dupe storage footies cards with 85s and 86s. We do that to, for example, get an 88 and 89 rated team very easily for the 95 plus player pick. You'll also get high rated cards that are usually not a duplicate, especially if it's not this week in packs in this SBC anyways. That can be more fodder that you can put towards player SBCs you want to do, all while not affecting your dupe storage in terms of having to keep it around or in your club having to keep it around. And not only does that make it super easy to do with dupe storage, like I said before, you get way more provision packs, you get way more player picks, you get way more 80 plus sums 5s, which in nature will also get you a crap ton more fodder too. Does that make sense? I just made 18k in a jumbo gold pack. Let's go, W. Mumbo, when does a blind human know when the person has to stop wiping after taking a brew? I have no idea. I'm colorblind and I still struggle with that. Don't know why. I felt the tradable players doesn't belong to me. I feel the same way too. I'm very much, I don't feel accomplished unless I pack it. There's exceptions of cards, obviously, like if there's a Sunderland promo that I can't pack, I'll get it along the way and maybe Evo it. But like, just in terms of in general, I'm never gonna buy uber expensive promo cards and have them in my team throughout the year. Not only from like I don't play enough to care about that or the meta or any of that. Screw all that. You holding any sort of tradable card in your club for a period of time, majority of the year, is you just losing coins for no reason, in my opinion. How many times do people play Weekend League, buy teams worth hundreds of thousands, and the cards like go down 20 to 50% in price by the time they're done playing the game? Sure, there's workarounds and things like that, but like your average person who's buying tradable cards loses a majority of their coins on those. If you scale it even more, they're probably using a majority of the coins they have to buy a team. So your average person is probably, whether it's hundreds of thousands of coins, maybe they make 1 million to 2 million throughout the year, they're going to lose a majority of that over time just by the nature of the game. For example, right now we have the best of cards. How many times did we have these team of the seasons or these decent promos when they were metas be like 50 to 100k, even if it was for just that week or two? They would crash in price. Now everything's discard. That being said, I'll say it again. I do plan early on next year to buy cards off the market and have them in my team early game while we wait to do the Sunderland Evos with first owner Sunderland cards. So I'm not opposed to doing that. I'm not going to sink all my coins into them though. No, I get that. Playing the game. Oh, well, maybe like 2 weeks. Sounds good, George. Yeah, if you just switch that, buddy, I'm telling you, everything's going to flow more smoothly. You're going to be able to rip player picks, provisions, and crafting upgrades way faster, and the recycling is going to become a piece of cake. I was selling it because I didn't really need exchanges because I have these packs from Team of the Year. The way I'd look at it, George, regardless of what packs you have that you're holding on to or exchanges you're holding on to, any of those that you hold on to, you're missing out on the opportunity of making even more player picks and even more 80 plus sums 5. So you're missing out on even more footies cards. You're missing out on potentially even more 99s in the recycle. Holding the packs is going to do you no good. Even if you don't get all of them back exactly, the grind's good enough now where you're going to get a majority of it back in the recycle process. But not only that, the coins you're making too, you could theoretically just buy 87s and 88s to make up any sort of difference and still be in pure profit. How are you opening picks with the 300 limit? I don't think I've done 300 yet. I might be close. But yeah, it does feel like maybe it is more than 300. So it's okay that I use 11 footies and a bronze upgrade. Did I get that right? I wouldn't stop at the footies. Every 99 that you have, Mango, I'd put the 99s in the bronze upgrade. I heard that brings them to FC27 for you. No 300 daily limit? Yes and no. In theory, there's a 300 limit. In execution, there's times you can get around it. I sometimes get lazy with my storages as I have 60 footies. Yeah, when I get 30 to 50, that's when I start putting in the 85s and 86s with them. And now I'm probably going to have to do that again because we're getting so many. Ugh. I just want to spam, man. You started masturbating 700 coins on 87s and already doing well AF. Also, too, I know you have 2 million coins, so it doesn't matter. But if anyone else was doing that and they were low on coins, or even if you wanted to make easy coins, Mega, let's say, actually, I'm going to put you on game right now. Everyone listen. The bidding he's doing right now on 87s, 88s, he's winning a ton of them for cheap, 700, 800 coins. And a majority of them he can easily sell for 2K plus. Once you've gotten enough to build whatever base you wanted, let's say you wanted to build 50 to 100, okay? Kind of calculate how much that would be if you put them all tradable in each section. 4 per one. Let's say you're spending 728 per one. Bill up 50 to 100. After you're done doing that, always be listing them too. So you could keep the bidding going, list 100 cards. Could you imagine while you're spamming through the packs, the hours, the days of recycling you'd be doing along with all your other dailies, if at the same time you had constantly 87s making you coins, where you're basically, I wouldn't even say doubling your coins, you're probably tripling your coins on each one. If you were getting them for 700 and listing for, let's say, 2100, and you're tripling your coins, what's that, 1400 per card, 140k if you sold all 100. And now obviously the lower you bid, the more you might potentially lose out on because people are going to bid a little more. You could sell for also even more coins as a lazy list, get less sales per hour. You could sell them cheaper to get them to sell quicker. Like, there's a million different ways to do it, but it's easy coins. Also, if you want, I don't know what it's like right now because I know it's late for UK. But when we were doing the Pro League Portuguese League section of League SBCs, whenever League SBCs were super cheap, it was super easy to make even more coins on. But when they got expensive, very easy coins to snipe and do things like that. Look at how many cards are listed on the market for 200. It's literally printing coins to do the premium mix right now. But when they're 400 plus, right now you could chuck each of these in your club for 150 bid, 200 buy now. Tomorrow throughout the day, you could sell them for 400 to 600 very easily. Double, triple your coins. Boom. Do that daily for hundreds. You're cooking. Basically, you can buy them for 700 to 1,000 coins, and there are people like me who need 2, 3. Just go and buy them for 4 to 5K, so it's like 3 to 4K profit, everyone. You could also do a in-between. So, the same way I said, try to list as many as you can to have constant coins going. If you keep some in your transfer targets, if you occasionally want to put 1 or 2 in to mix with the specials you have, you could always do that too. You don't necessarily have to put in just all 4 tradables. Or all 4 untradables. You can kind of mix them together. If you waste 2 or 3 hours a day, you can make 500K. Yep. But also a step past that, think next level with this though. Think past that. If there's a promo pack that gives you a really good chance for some maybe high rated footies, gives you a lot of high rated fodder, and it's 300 to 500K, the amount of coins you're making can afford that promo pack. You could buy that promo pack, get a lot of high-end cards, put those into exchanges, worst case scenario if it's horrible, to get more packs that way. Obviously, the ones that have more players are probably going to be differently priced than the ones that have the Footies player picks. The Footies player picks are the best chance at the 99 ones. But like that sort of logic applies too when you're making coins in the menus. Is like, hey, if I was going to buy fodder anyways, is there a pack that's out that maybe gives me a really good chance of potentially packing something along the way, but also gives me a ton of fodder cards too? So for example, $260K. I've played this game for 26 days, includes 26 rares. They're all 85 rated or higher. 6 going to guarantee to be 86 rated or higher, and 2 are guaranteed to be 87 rated or higher. Sort of SBCs like this where you can get a lot of golds could potentially be worth it. Now, those are like for you type of packs. There was it a 126K one if you played 126 plus days? That one was really good value, whatever that was. You can always like scroll through these and look for ones that have a ton of items too. Or yeah, weekend league also too. If you guys are doing weekend league or footies, perfect example of this. Actually, a really good example. Let's say you max out your 1,000 tokens every single week, right? If you did 20 of these 88 plus 1 of 4 rare gold player tradables, I guarantee you would get a promo card every single time. If you did all 20, you would 100% get a promo card every single time. It would be so mathematically impossible to get like all 88 and 89 gold rares. You would have to have the worst luck in the world. And even though most of them are discard, if you got 20 discards that are going for 10K and you could do 20 of these, you could theoretically get up to 200K a week minimum just in rare item player picks. Now you can go even a step past that. You can look for potential other packs that make sense too. If you wanted to maybe instead of have a single item there that you're picking for 50, if you did an 84 plus times 20 for double the price, you could do 10 of these a week. How many special cards do you think you'd get in an 84-20? Maybe like 2 or 3 on average? Okay, if you're getting 2 on average at least, you're already getting the same amount as you would in these. Now you're just getting more cards that you can also quick sell. We already know that 84s go for a ton of coins anyways. All this is very easy to do that. I'm going to go step past that actually. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. Are you guys ready for this? We have swap tokens I haven't done yet. Now, if you need exact overalls, which some of these you do, This would be one of the rare times I would tell you to potentially hold exact ratings, is if you wanted to do these tokens. So like if I needed 91s, do I want to use Kane? Probably not. But if I wanted to use 91s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't really play gameplay where majority of the tokens come from, so I'm not going to be able to do that necessarily. But if I did a 75 pack, is there one where I can get 25? Just so the math's easy. 15 and 10. When does this expire? A little more time. Okay, I'm just going to do the 90 so we have overkill. 90 overall. I'll end up finishing all these later. Can we put some 90s in right now? Got 1, 2. Yeah, it still needs to be exact. It's not minimum. If anybody was struggling to make any amount of coins, and if you look at the Foot Champs ones, you got some crazy stuff in Foot Champs too. This isn't the only game mode, or this isn't the only token that are worth anything. So remember before when I was showing you guys like 82s, 83s, and 84s that we were listing and making a crap ton of coins on? Like, it didn't make sense. Like, we were selling some 82s for 2,000+, just because that was their going price on the market. Imagine this now. We're going to do this back, the 84 plus times 20 tradable. So, unless we have the worst pack luck in the world, we got a FUTTIES. So, what's that, like 14, 15K no matter what? Is that Mbappe? That's Mbappe. FUTTIES Mbappe. Oh, no. $93. Is a 93 worth more than discard? No. We'll take 11K there. Pedri, how much is Pedri going for? Maybe 5.2. What'd you get in Weekend League? We went undefeated. We got 1 win and stopped playing. I don't have transferless space right now. Shoot. Shoot. I'm just gonna store these in the club for now. But like, if you did that for Weekend League ones too, right? Let's say you get some wins in Weekend League. Look at the kind of packs here. You have for 25 tokens, 83 plus times 10 tradable. 84 plus times 13 tradable for 50. You have an 86 plus times 10 for 100. So every single win, I believe you get 100 tokens. So every single win, you could get an 86 plus times 10. That would be insane. You have one for 200 where it's 5 FUTTIES players tradable. Bare minimum, you'd be making what, like 50K minimum per this with a chance of potentially something good in there. Two 96 plus rateds tradable for 400. I won't necessarily risk that for if you're trying to maximize coins. You could get absolute crap or you could hit a jackpot. Here's for 800, a 4 of 8 FUTTIES Team 3. So like, the more wins you get, the more points you have here, the more kind of rewards you can engage with. If anyone has FOF tokens left, I mean, you have some stuff there. Main one's going to be the untradable 81 times 10s would be great to build up stuff. You buy a shot pack and a stream or nah? No, I need to get to 15 million plus again before I start spamming promo packs. We'll probably do, if I can get up to 15 mil by the weekend, I'll do 15 mil down to 10 mil probably. Turn on the PS5, PS Portal like 45 minutes ago just to fill my list, and I've been opening packs. What about Rivals Division? Like, what do I get in it? I went undefeated this week in that too. I played a single game because I really don't play the game. Alright, now we have to have it so it's only untradables. Just so we don't accidentally submit the new cards we got. You the FIFA investor? We are the FIFA menu grinder. The FIFA menu merchant. If there's an SBC, we'll find a way to grind it. And if it's repeatable, we'll find a way to make millions of coins throughout the year on them. While also making packs and saving packs and building them out. Alright. That's going to be it for today. If you guys did enjoy, do me a favor, smack that like button. Subscribe if you're new. We'll be back Wednesday, 4 hours after new content for a live stream. We should have a video go up before new content. Maybe we'll talk about like kind of different routes in terms of like how great this grind actually is. Way better than we thought originally. Yeah. You got all the SBC cards. I mean, why would I do player SBCs if I don't use the player SBCs to play games? No. I could get every single one if I wanted to. I have the ability to grind every single one. We just do the gamble one, so I do the 95 plus PP a ton, so I can try to get the 99 rated cards in there. But yeah, no, I don't do like huge footy player SBCs because they get like 0 games in my club. Packs are more fun? True. Alright, take it easy, guys. God bless. Have a good night or morning. I know some of you it's super late. Peace.